Good morning, everybody. Sorry for the delay. There was a bit of a log jam with everyone in my house needing to use the same bathroom at the same time. And of course, I was last. Rage! I should cast live? Did they, like, just start a set? I mean, how much are we talking here? Of the second to last set? What the heck? I guess we can just cast the live games. It was 4 hours. Holy shit. That is wild. I guess we'll just cast the live stuff, and then we'll jump back and do the other ones. Just don't cast it. What map was it on? It was on Bedunis of all maps. That one usually doesn't go all that long. That was a Civ matchup. It was a wood game? Yeah, you don't get a... It's always a wood game if it's that long. Versus Spanish? Yeah, that could be a long one. Alrighty, guys. Yeah, there's no way it's not a wood game if it's, the game is that long. Oh! Oh wait, no, we're casting it live, so we just catch up to real time. I guess they did not. Alright, so 2 TCs here for Vivi. Has he won a game yet? I don't think he's won a single game yet. %fine. Okay, oh, that's pretty harsh. Oh yeah, he did win a game against Andy. Double Siege Workshop here from Nikov. Oh boy. You know, this is how you punish the human nonsense. Alright. I mean, honestly, Vivi just looks like the worst player in this tournament. The worst of the best, indeed. So Daniela, why? Alright, not Nomad. Vivi, this is his tournament life on the line. I am, like, pretty sure. He'll be in the blue as the Italians to the south of the map. Or southwest, I guess. And to the northeast in the red as the Persians. Looking to keep his hopes and or dreams alive. It will be Nikov. Second game of set 1. Had 2 live sets. I mean, that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Salam.
Wild. Yeah, I guess Vivi got fined for watching the stream on his phone or something. Anyway, two docks here right next to each other. Persians and Italians, both good aggressive civs. My live cast, it is what I do. Yeah, knowing Vivi, it was likely more him being foolish as opposed to being malicious. Game 3, if it was 4.5 hours real time, or game time, then quite a few. A 4.5 hour game real time would be stupid long. Eight-minute pause for a pee break. You know what? That's fair. That's fair. At that point, that's fair. You need to hit your stand goal, guys.
آماده. سلام.
سلام.
All right.
آری. آماده.
So, Nikov's on the way to feudalage. Persian's definitely going to be the more aggressive civ in this situation. You just want to play aggressive with Persians whenever you can on a map like this. Docks are very close to each other. Well, I assume they also needed to stretch and walk around a bit. Spanish heavy cav archers? Yeah, that'll do it. You need something that's extremely efficient. I'm assuming he couldn't go conquistadors for whatever reason. No castles left? Yeah. Now, was ACCM only kept in the game because the latest is a stupid unit? That's my question. Yashi, I have no more food for you. Half the game? At that point, Hera is just younger than ACCM. Like, ACCM is really, really good in late games, but I feel like once the game breaks a threshold that long, I don't think anyone's beating Hera. Get stolen, yeah. I mean, Hera's probably just got the best endurance of any player right now. Versus the Turks. Uh-huh. Well, MBL also has some of the best endurance of any player, but even he's, you know, not getting any younger.
Salon.
I'm sure ACCM could have set himself up to win, but it's just, like, again, if the game is that long, seems kind of rough.
Hurry.
Anyway, Nikov going aggressive here with the Persians, doing the thing. Oh yes, I've seen the VV phone drama. 40k resources? At that point, it's hard to say. Like, if he was making way more trash units that weren't Hussars at the end, then that might not matter as much. The golden relic, yeah, exactly. Like, at that point, it's just number of resources might not be the most useful indicator. All the time? Well, yeah. Alright, VV is going up to Castle Age. He's got a watchtower to help defend his gold from the archers that are coming out. Ah, yeah. Mm-hmm. That'll do it. Because of crop rotation? Yeah, that was my first thought, is that, you know, Lithuanians have crop rotation and Spanish don't. So that should be an enormous help in a wood game. Both civs have guilds. Alright, VV, you are in Castle Age. The stable is right next here to Nikov's base, and Nikov is only just now clicking up to Castle Age, so you certainly have an opportunity to get something done, but you need to get something done. Alright. That dock is under fire, but not dead yet. Notably, even with a discount, there's no way VV can afford to get War Galley right now. Or what is it, medium warships? Let's get the kill there. Alright, Nikov almost up to Castle Age. Second stable coming in. Not too sure what that archer's doing. Alright, Castle Age is in. These crazy long games, well, they can be a very grindy civ. Makes sense. But I also think it's funny, it feels like Lithuanians lose every time that they're in these super insanely long grindy games. Now, the camels are only going to have +1, so that will at least be, I guess, on par with the knights. Monastery coming in here as well. Camel's gonna kind of hang around that monastery. I mean, Vivi is obviously going super, super heavy aggression. He's behind by 10 villagers. It is 9 fishing ships to 1. Vivi is trying to add in more fire galleys of his own. I mean, Nikov's eco is a mess, for sure, but as long as he can keep those camels coming. Yeah, it's going to be really tough to get value out of those monks. Of course, Nikov himself is going to get some monks on the way. Now he might be trying to use the opportunity to pop the monks out. That's exactly what he's doing, but the monks are out here on the other side. This is the moment. This is the hour. Riders of Rohan! Oaths you have sworn! Yeah, guys, this ain't good enough. In case you're wondering, hey, Ornlu, was that good enough for Vivi? The answer would be no, it was not. The Camels of Rohan, indeed. Unfortunate tournament for Vivi, but honestly, he only got in because he had a very easy qualifier. That's basically gifted him entrance into the tournament. Definitely outperformed by everybody here. Just not quite on that level anymore. With Vivi's qualifier, well, he was in the China-only qualifier that didn't have Yo in it, and Vivi's just the second best player in China, especially because Lix got disqualified for streaming. So, yeah. Nikov walking around cluelessly. Yep. I mean, it is likely you would have won the qualifier anyway.
Welcome to the post-game interview. Could you say hi to our audience?
Hello everyone.
好的，那他同时也是给大家打了个招呼呢，也想问到他的是，今天赢下了我们这一场比赛的胜利，现在感受如何呢 ？Congratulations for your first win, and how do you feel right now?
Good. I needed to win. Feels good actually.
他觉得感受是非常好的。那我们同时问一下，痛神有没有什么
You guys can enjoy the
问题问到他呢？
thrilling interview.
我想问一下，第一
Be right
个
back.
就是您预测今晚你对龙神的比分是几比几呢？
So what did you predict for this series against Vivi?
I mean, when I drafted the Sieves, I thought it was the big favorite.
Okay.
Before that, I thought it was gonna be like 3-2, close to someone.
所以尼可夫一开始的时候，在他开始去 BP 之前，他觉得应该是3-2赢 Vivi， 然后拿到了BP 完成之后，感觉自己感觉更有戏了。
好，我在第二个问题就是，你觉得野猪林这个地图，越南跟蜀国是哪个民族是优势的？
So for the first
两万台。
So for the first map, lookout, you played Shu and Vivi chose Vietnamese.
Yes.
In your opinion, which save is better?
I prefer Shu. I think they are easier to play.
I'm sorry.
I think they are easier to play.
OK，尼可夫的认为整体来说的话，蜀更好，更强，因为它整体而言比越南更好，更容易去玩。
好，还有就是贝多因游牧，当肥龙选出库曼，你是觉得他是包开 TC 的吗？因为那个时候是没有视野的。我看到你是直接起了马厩跟靶场，非常的果断，这是您的一个预判吗？
So in second game, Bedouin, where you didn't actually scouted that Vivi was going to do a second TC right away, but you chose to go forward. You went forward and placed the stable and the archery range as the following. Is that a prediction of you against Vivi's next move?
I mean, if humans play normal, like feudal with army, they just die because they are down 3 bills. So his only chance is to go through DC, so it's a little predictable, yes.
OK，尼可夫的观点是，如果库曼不立刻起第二个 TC 的话，直接去在封建的时候打军事，是一种非常危险的举措，一般都会输，所以他认为 VV 会更倾向于去选择双 TC。
好，那么我的问题也问完了，也恭喜尼可夫啊，3-0拿下这个比赛，打得非常的好。
That's it, congrats.
Thank you so much.
那同时呢，我们也有一个最后的问题问到他，就是因为发现他现在后期的游戏处理都是非常不错的，那想问到他是不是最近和 Sebastian 一起讨论出来的呢 ？Your late game strategy is really good, so was it discussed with the Sebastian?
We share a lot of strats in common, yes. And I asked him what was his opinion.
Okay, so what do you guys want? Do you want me to?
所以他不仅仅是他也跟其他人，包括大狗以及其他的玩家一起都讨论过这个策略。
好的，那也非常感谢他来接受我们的
What did they take questions from the crowd or
采
something?
访呢到此就告一段落，接下来让我们一起来期待接下来一场的精彩比赛。
Thank you.
The news at 11 look. You do get that vibe, don't you? And personally, I have no idea. So, what would you like me to do? Do we want me to cast Yo versus Viper live? If that's the last set, I actually have no idea. Do a backflip? Okay, that's fair. Yeah, what is in Viper's pockets has? And then we just go back around and then do the Rex? Think that's fair? I mean, I'm not going to cast the rest of Nikov Vivi anyway. Yeah, I think that's fair. Alright, so we'll do that. So Viper versus Yo is going to be live, and then I'm going to go ahead and do the Rex. Gonna go back around to do the first 3 series of the day as Rex. And we already have a Cived draft done, so let me pull that up for you guys. Also, kind of want to just cast Viper versus Yo. Is it bad? Like, I want to cast Viper versus Yo because I like watching Viper versus Yo. Right, let me get the civs. Oh, that is the wrong button. Here we are. Right, looks like Yo... Well, Yo is 2-0. I guess Yo is technically having the easiest opponents because he was, like, the day 1 he won his set. And then day 2 he was the only winner who didn't face another winner. And now he's 2-0 and he's facing Viper who's 1-1. But also he's going to have the worst Buchholz So he's probably gonna have the. So Yo could be 3-0 and still not have much of a chance of. Unless he plays Hera tomorrow. Probably out. I don't think so. Problem is I can't look at the standings because that's just going to spoil me. I am a dum-dum. Norway. Can never forget the amazing ride at the Epcot theme park, the Spirit of Norway. You basically are pulled around in a little Viking longship, and they have like a really cheesy Norwegian accent, like animatronic voiceover saying, "It's the Spirit of Norway." All right, well, since we are, you know, actually watching the live things for once, we can go look at Viper and his amazing head of hair. Nice haircut, yeah. Is he in full dad haircut mode? Where it's just like, I don't care, man. Being too different? I think that heroes are... You only make heroes if you have already basically won the game anyway. What? I was so excited for a second. It's like, you're almost there. Complete your application from Indeed. And I'm like, oh, am I getting an interview? And it's like, you're so close to finishing your application. But like, I don't know. I've already applied. I applied for my last job on Tuesday. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Like, yeah, but like it doesn't link to anything. Check my email. Maybe it works better on computer. Yeah, it just brings me to all the jobs I've applied to, so I can look at all of the jobs I have not been selected for. Oh, technically there was a job that I applied to on May 17th that hasn't rejected me yet or had its opening closed. Maybe there's a chance, guys. No idea. Yeah, it's rough. It's really rough out there getting a job in my field, especially, but it is what it is. Yeah, that's true. My field, my degree is in international affairs with a concentration in Asia from George Washington University, so I did go to a very good school. Issue. The current administration's gutted that entire field.
Coney 2012.
So it's not just jobs in the government. It's, remember that the jobs I was mostly looking for were government contractors. And of course, they're not hiring anybody. They're just doing huge layoffs. Anyway, Coney 2012, oh boy. That's a throwback. MLU? What's MLU? An NGO in DC? A one NGO? Melania Trump University. Ah, yes. Of course. It might be the Catholic Church. Oh boy. But I'm not Catholic. I'm Italian. I am peak Italian. Game break. Small progress. Progress. Every single set? Yeah, that's sad, man. McDonald's ads? Oh boy. Alright. Let's jump into the game then. Nope. Yeah, there's a big scandal going on right now. Failed to I watched one game! And now I'm already getting failed to download match content. Oh my goodness. Also, how many hours do I have in Borderlands 4 so far? Oh, it's only 153 hours. That's nothing. Yeah, that's just gonna be the tip of the iceberg, though. The thing is, all of the sports leagues are in bed with gambling. Do you work for ICE? Oh no. Alright. Oh, interesting matchup. I mean, we are starting on Arabia. Oh, and I have to do this. All right, we are indeed back. Welcome everybody to I guess the second series that we're casting, the last series of the day. Yeah. Viper's going to be in the yellow as the Shu to the south, and to the east in the blue as the Berbers. It will be Yo. Yeah, Berbers on Arabia are interesting. Shu are, again, like, fine. They're not a bad civ. Same with Berbers. So Shu certainly have a better eco, and probably are going to be a much more aggressive civ. No, seriously, we're going to go back and cast all the series. This is live. But yeah, then we're going to go back and cast the series from earlier today. Making a comeback, yeah. I don't know how successful that's going to be. Alright, so they're both going up on 19 here. I still think she were probably a stronger civ overall, but I like the flexibility of Berbers, and I also just like playing Berbers more. So we'll have to see how this one goes. Like, I'm always going to be a fan of the civ that's more flexible. And Shu, again, just because they're so hard to push with. Yo, you can run. Literally, you can run, Yo. Oh, it took a lot of unnecessary damage there. Viper is able to get both of his eco upgrades. It's very slightly ahead in resources. Stomps Viper. Yeah, Viper needs this win more than Yo does, because Viper's 1-1. It's just a hill fest? Yeah, it's just how these maps spawn. Yeah, Berbers, if anything, are going to struggle against, like, a infantry archer siege combo, at least until you get to a ton of camel archers. But Shu don't have really a whole lot of mobility. Now, that isn't going to matter as much if the rush distance is very close, which is going to favor Shu. Diet Coast to Mountain. Emu Coast to Mountain, I think is what the kids say. It's just like the hills don't look like this on Classic Arabia. So like you have like a big hill and a plateau, but it's not like all these hills will just go up and down, up and down, up and down everywhere. Anyway, they're both opening scouts, nothing terribly exciting, but Viper was able to get that horse collar upgrade, which is really nice. Yo was not able to do so. Of course, no real good early game bonus for the Berbers. Yeah, they're both on the one lumber camp. Viper took his chickens. The Piedmont, yeah. Oh, those two villagers, though. The last rabbit. Uh-oh. It is the year of the rabbit. I mean, good quick wall there, but not ideal. Chicken? That's true. The name is a lie. It's Rabbit Arabia, not Chicken Arabia. Or hare, technically. They're not the same animal. Alright, archery range coming in. Both players, very similar times. Vipers is just get it? A hair faster. Oh. The pros and cons are with Chicken Arabia. I mean, it's just a matter of it always is going to spawn with the chickens, or hares in this sense. And not deer, so you can't push in as early. Now, as to how much of the AoE gameplay changes if you are milling your deer, or not your deer, your chicken, that's debatable. Personally, I don't really think it makes too much of a difference either way. You might click up a villager later, but that's about it. Anyway, Yo is going to be a villager ahead, going to help him catch back up in the resources to deal with the better Shu economy early on. Does Big Mongols worse? Not really. There's a similar amount of food on it. I really don't think it's that big of a deal. With TCs? Well, people will just push in from further distance at that point. Are the same. I mean, they're not, like, the same, but there really isn't that big of a difference in terms of how you approach your basic game plan. Oh, dear, Zadal. Oh. Oh, nice couple pokes there for Viper. Just has a couple of low HP scouts, Viper is switching more heavily into the archer play. Makes sense as the shoe. You don't want to use scouts as your long-term option with no bloodlines. Blacksmith coming in here from Yo, but look at this, guys. Viper, with investing so much less into scouts, and skirmishers for that matter, going to be far, far close to Castle Age. Nicely done here from Viper. He will end up losing a scout, though, in the process. Now, he's going to get 2 skirmishers, and he's going to get it. He's going to get it. Nope. Clutching coming in here for Yo. Not yet for Viper, who's just now getting down as Blacksmith, but Viper is just getting closer and closer to the Castle Age. And again, having Horse Collar, super, super nice. Got around another 600 food, and Yo is actually getting a Feudal Age wheelbarrow. Interesting. Not something we see very often from a civ that isn't Vietnamese. Resource type variety should always push different approaches. Well, I think the issue right now is that there is no variety. And it's difficult to get players to not do the exact same thing every game. Feudal wheelbarrow? Not often. But also, you never play Burgundians on open maps anyway, so it's kind of a moot point. With Vietnamese, it's more like more about how quickly you research wheelbarrow than just the discount on it. It's the save TC time. Because wheelbarrow is only usually worth it if you have at least 13 farms. But by the time you have 13 farms, you usually just want to get up to Castle Age as quickly as possible anyway, and you don't want the 3 villagers worth of TC time spent just, you know, researching wheelbarrow. It's a very timing-oriented meta. Right, I played one game of Prairie and I full-walled on it. Well, again, it's about the time. It's not about economic efficiency. I mean, you would get Feudal Age wheelbarrow in most games if you really wanted to, you know, have peak economic efficiency. Anyway, at this rate, Viper's just gonna clobber Yo. He's taking great fights here. As long as you can bring the Spearman into the picture, which he is able to do so, the Scouts are not really with any upgrades. Yeah, this is going to be great for Viper, I think. Does need to keep the quick ball up, but he's got some archers here. Like, this is, if the Scouts had full upgrades, then that fight would look completely different. But Viper's an entire Castle Age research time ahead of his opponent. I would like it a lot more if Viper had a second archery range, but he's just going to add a TC. Yeah, this is insane for Viper. Lost the 1 Vil, not that big of a deal. Yo is slightly ahead in resources, but he also had to get the defensive watchtower, which is really ugly. He's not going to be able to add in extra TCs. Yeah, this is big if true. Viper himself is grabbing the wheelbarrow upgrade. First game, well, I mean, baby steps, baby steps. Third TC also coming in for Viper. This is some classic Viper greed. Look at this, 1 range. He's not even getting a crossbowman, man. Just getting a hey Guang Cav. Second range for Yo. Eh? I thought it would be double stable. Especially since he doesn't really have many ranged units left. Genitours? I mean, let me tell ya, I love me some Genitours. At the same time, oh, nice kill there from Yo. That feels very expensive for not getting any pressure onto Viper. Now, Yo doesn't technically know about the extra 2 TCs, but he knows Viper. And he knows that if there's nothing coming forward, he sees this not even with the crossbowman upgrade, he has to imagine Viper is going to be going for a more economic approach. All right, he's doing it. Yo thinks he is in a messy situation. And there is only one unit in the entirety of Age of Empires 2 that can clean up a messy situation like that. Now, Yo does have 3 vills on stone. He is going to be adding a second TC. He's grabbing Bodkin and Husbandry. I am still, like, very, very, very unconvinced that Viper is going to really take any damage. Now, there is... Okay, so he's going to go 1 TC plus a Siege Workshop, I think. Yeah, there's the Siege Workshop. Like the Maid of Orleans. Yes, the French Maid of Orleans. Very, very sexy. All right, Leather Archer Armor coming in too. Viper, I mean, this is peak greed from Viper for sure. Like, this is literally as greedy as you can possibly get without actively throwing. All right, a Ram coming in first. Viper is going to need his own defensive Siege Workshop. Shu are fairly good at defending against this sort of thing, though, because they have their faster-moving siege weapons. Anyway, I'm sure Yo knows he needs to make something happen. That monk isn't going to be able to get a conversion, though, and with their 4 Pierce armor, it's not like these Genitors are going to be taking much damage. Now, Viper is almost to a castle. Now, where could he place a castle that would feel especially good? Because if he can get it down, honestly, like maybe even delete those farms and get the castle right here. Because if he gets a castle here, then it leaves this TC open, and same thing on the other side. It would just leave the southern TC open. It does feel like 2019 Viper. First Mangonel is out. More Genitors are on the way. I mean, this is fun from Yo, don't get me wrong. But I feel like Viper... I mean, actually, Viper isn't even that far ahead in resources yet. Okay, good pressure from Yo. I mean, he is being very active. It's Yo, right? These are 2 extremely good players that we love seeing face each other. I mean, the villager difference is huge, but I also... You know, we have to give credit to Yo for making Viper's economy as inefficient as possible. Okay, so he is going for the TC here on the right side. It does mean that this left side is going to be still very vulnerable. The tipping point? I think so, yeah. 2019 is also when Viper, I think, met Debbie. So, coincidence? I think not. All right, castle coming in. I mean, White Feather Guard are going to take, like, 0 damage and have a gajillion HP from the Genitors, but they're not really going to be able to chase them down. Still, Viper's 20 villagers ahead, although he's slightly behind in eco upgrades. That said, Yo is on 3 TCs himself. It's the White Feather Guard. If you guys don't remember this unit, it's basically just a spearman. It's actually, I think, one of the best designed unique units, and definitely the best designed unique unit of the 3 Kingdoms civ. It's like the ultimate utility unit. They have very low attack, get a lot of HP, and they have a slight snare effect. But it's not like a super annoying snare effect. It's just a very minor slowdown. Are good and bad against kind of everything. I mean, they're a utility unit, right? They're not a unit you just make en masse. Oh, Yo could be getting cornered here. Ballistics is on the way for him. Oh, they're going to try and scooch by here to the south. Oh, great attack round from Viper. Yo still pressuring here. And again, it's the resources collected that Yo is doing such a freaking good job of making sure that Viper is not safely getting his eco going. Yeah. I will say that snares are something I hate, and I didn't think I would love it in AoE 2, but it's such a minor slowdown that I think it doesn't really matter all that much. Anyway, it's camel archering time, and yes, camel archers are going to be very good against Shu. But Viper clicks up to Imperial Age, and now he's going to be surpassing his opponent in economy, almost certainly. Just has so many more vills. Another archer range is coming up here at the back, and I imagine he's just going to be going for... actually, what is he going to go for? His eco balance is kind of weird. He's got a lot of vills on gold. I mean, the White Feather Guards are, I mean... Again, they're not, like, the main part of your army. That's just a one-for-one mangonel trade. Tom man? No, I'm more of a timpani man. Adding it? I mean, again, I find it very inoffensive, but I'd rather Shu not be in the game anyway, so, you know. I mean, that's only the 4th villager Viper has lost this game. Yo has a big score lead. Viper is getting more range. It's okay. He does want to go for Arb, so Arb plus White Feather Guard plus Siege is sort of the ideal army composition for the Shu. Shu horned in, indeed. Viper is also able to pick up 2 relics despite having no map control, which is great. Yo has the other 3 already. And both players dotting their I's and crossing their T's. Yeah, there's another Vill there. But it is only just now that Viper is going to be getting ahead in resources. He has both gold and stone in the short run to collect. But where's his 3rd gold? His 3rd gold is over here. Obviously not something he can secure with without another castle. Fire Lancers? Shu don't have Fire Lancers. They're from the 3rd century. Whoa! Overlapping castles here. This is going to be a big one. One might even say it would be big if true. Oh, but is Yo gonna recognize it? He's coming over here with his units. He sees the crossbowmen. The monks are right there. He sees the vills. Is Yo gonna commit to it? A little bit of indecision, but I think Yo, upon seeing the villagers, is like, okay, I need to go for this. And here we go. Toys are traps. I love that. Okay, Yo's gonna just place his castle slightly further back. I think the castle's going to go up, but Viper is going to have to sack a lot of his army in the process. So I think that it's going to... Well, actually, then is Yo's castle going to go up? I don't know. I mean, yes, Viper is sacking most of his army, but the castle is also going to go up. Yo's castle, meanwhile... Viper also immediately grabbing conscription. Got it! Wow, that was like a last-second thing right there. So, Viper's got actually petards and traction trebs queued up. And Sharif might not like it, but we are rocking the Casbah. Siege Torch up there at the back for Viper as well. First traction treb is in. Yes, it gets the extra movement speed as the Shu. Yo's going to be on his 2 castles for his camel archers. But of course, you can't afford to lose your castles if you are going for your unique unit. And Viper is now ahead in resources with a cheaper army. That's it. Yo's an imp. He also has better eco upgrades. It's what's really helping him keep afloat in this game. And the thing is, Yo also has a ton of resources banked up and not a great way to spend it because he's really only going camel archers right now. There isn't another unit that's going to be great for him to go for unless it's Hussar spam. And he doesn't really have the eco set up for that. But this is great. Of course, you have the mobility here as the Berbers. Oh, Petard's coming in. Getting damage. Charlie's there and what? Well, 2 trebs out here for Yo, and he has actual trebs, not fake trebs. And these trebs are also being positioned on the actual high ground, but of course, yeah, no castles, no camel archers, so it's kind of a tricky situation on all fronts, really. And the traction trebs are, at the very least, still going to be pretty good at sniping other trebuchets if there are no units nearby to help protect them. There are no vills here to repair either. Now, Viper is going to lose the castle anyway. But he is going to also be able to snipe at least one? Yeah, at least one of his opponent's trebs, maybe two. Yeah, just the one. Viper is just going to immediately build another castle in. There are still all of these units here in Viper's base, and Yo is getting more villager kills. And honestly, this has been a great game number 1 so far. Exactly what we'd expect from these two players. Yo has a big score lead, but it's actually, you know, still Viper with a population lead. He still has an army value lead. Resources collector is still very similar at the very least. And Viper has secured that other gold. That Mangonel's going to have a very bad day. And I still feel like Viper might even still be in a better spot going forward. Yo needs another castle desperately. He was slacking a little bit on his stone income. Oh, a Treb and a Traction Treb go down. Viper only just now getting a handcart. Both players getting masonry. You love to see that. Never doubt the mass Nori. Of course, bombard cannons are huge for Yo. And Viper adding in more and more Traction Trebs, but they are still very expensive, and he's not really developing the rest of his army behind it. The Args are still missing a ton of upgrades. The White Feather Guards are missing a ton of upgrades. And Yo is getting this time to switch into the Berber Hussars, which are, of course, very cheap. White Feather Guards coming here to the north, and actually good instincts there from Viper. Probably just going to go right to that gold mine. But now you're in a situation where you have to push with Traction Trebs. It's never a situation you want to be in. Decent hit there. And I mean, Yo, again, just absolutely using all the mobility he can. No thumb ring in, by the way. It is going to be that and Elite Camel Archer and Magrebi Camels are the only upgrades he's missing. But again, Viper's still great position here with the White Feather Guards. Man, I hate Traction Trebs. I hate the Three Kingdom civs. Why do they have to be in the game? Those White Feather Guards going to have a rough time. They are very cheap on the gold cost, remember? They're like 15 gold or something. I mean, he has a very slight build lead, but more importantly, he has Heavy Plow and Bowsaw. Money, yeah. Oh, Viper's trying to wall up here on the side with stone walls. He knows that as Shu, you need to reduce the mobility factor of this game as much as possible because, well, Shu are just not as mobile as Berbers are. And here we are. Hussars coming on in. They are just missing Blast Furnace. Camel Archers trying their best to be effective there to the south as well. And yes, White Feather Guards are very good against Hussars for sure, but only if they can catch them. Oh, this might be a mistake for Yo. I mean, Viper does now even have Siege Engineers in to get that 15 range for his Traction Trebs, almost as much as a regular Treb. And yet, that's going to be a lot of Traction Trebs coming down. I mean, it was like, what, 2 Trebs that died on the other side. That is Elite Camel Archer. Yeah, everyone loves Traction Trebs. All my homies love Traction Trebs. Viper still has 5 of them, but again, he's investing so many resources into this. Elite White Feather Guard is in, and yes, they do look pretty cool, I'm not going to lie. Blast Furnace is on its way, though. I do wish Yo would go ahead and pick up the Thumb Ring upgrade, as it's very good for Camel Archers. Oh, Viper's getting a Thumb Ring. Why can't you do that, Yo? You say that, Cyber, and I don't believe you. Please actually just attack the Vil, though, Yo. Guilds! Oh, and look at this. Camel Archers coming in, sniping the Traction Trebs. Again, Traction Trebs, yeah, they're cheaper than regular Trebs, but they're still super expensive. And honestly, a little bit of the S-word there from Yo to not kill the villager before it finished the stone walls. At the same time, Yo is still getting damage done. In StarCraft? Almost, yeah. Hoarding's coming in here for Yo. No architecture for Berbers, unfortunately. Viper with another castle here. I mean, these are literally two of the best late game players in the entire world. But Viper just now getting heavy plow and bow saw. Still has a very large army that is also of higher value. Those villagers feel like that's kind of optimistic. Well, the thing with Haguang Cav is that they add nothing compared to knights. They're just knights with different stats. There is a big score gap, but I think that, as I'm trying to show to you guys, that Viper still very much has a shot in this game, but he still even has a population lead. That said, Yo, he is sort of spreading his tendrils across the map. He's like a giant serpent, squid, something. Serpents don't have tendrils, they just kind of have the one. Magrebi Camel's coming in here for Yo as well. I mean, he is setting himself up for late game, and how on earth is Viper supposed to push without, like, 15 traction trebs? And yes, Berbers are a way better late game civ than Shu. I mean, I said it at the beginning of the game. Shu are really good at hitting timings. I mean, they're certainly not a bad civ, but I just like Berbers so much more. Oh, yeah, I mean... And it's against Viper, too. It's not like it's against some chump, right? Viper is still playing this very, very well, given his situation. But right now, Yo is looking good. He's got his Berber Hussars. I mean, everything is fully upgraded, except I think he forgot Thumb Ring just to make me cry a little bit inside. And, I mean, these White Feather Guards are just not the most impressive unit in AoE 2, man. Not in this situation. They're a good support unit, but not a mainline unit. Your Arbs or your War Chariots need to be your mainline unit. I mean, yeah, if Berbers can just survive early game, they're still Berbers. It's funny because, like, neither of these civs are AOC civs, right? So I don't think really anyone is going to have a ton of nostalgia bias towards either of them. But Berbers, like, they feel like an AoE 2 civ. It feels like everybody likes Berbers, even if they're not a top pick on any one situation. Yeah, Viper does not have chemistry. Remember, he spent so many of his resources on traction trebs. Like, he spent a lot of his economy just getting traction trebs that have just kind of been sniped over time. Infantry and the Hussar Camel Archer. Well, I mean, Viper doesn't really have any other options. Again, he can't get all of the different upgrades for his units because he's spending so many resources on traction trebs. I think Genitors absolutely need a bit of a rework, but I think everything else about Berbers is great. There's Thumb Ring for Yo. So recognizing his mistake. Now his two best units are now fully upgraded. And now all you need to do is supplement these two units with siege weapons, and I think you are basically good to go. Right now is Yo. Viper's population is falling. Yo's is not falling. Yo has a 6,000 score lead. Around double the resources destroyed. Holy cow. Oh my goodness, guys. Yo absolutely showing his strength right now as a late game player. I mean, Viper had a chance. Viper was however many minutes faster to Imperial Age? Yeah, Viper was almost 3 minutes faster to Imperial Age and was never able to cross the map. Yo was, I mean, again, Viper even got to Castle Age so much faster. Viper was 2.5 minutes faster to Castle Age and immediately added in 2 TCs. And yet, Yo was able to keep up with the pressure. I think it was a big mistake from Viper not to be walled sooner. Yo was able to just harass Viper's eco so much. You can see here the difference in eco efficiency. 8% more in favor of Yo is very significant. I mean, was Genitor the play? I mean, it kind of worked out, so I don't think we can really complain. You want to know? Yeah, I'm not going to cast that game, Women Pleaser. I already know who won it anyway. So I'm literally just going to skip that game when I cast the set, because it's not worth it. The 4-hour games might be hype when they're live, but if we're trying to go through the Rex, it's not worth it. That said, this game was fantastic. It was a well-played game. Yo doing a great job of exploiting the weaknesses of the Shu that Viper, Viper himself was trying to leverage the strengths of his civilization, but just not quite able to make it work. And Yo getting the win. On times 8 speed, even casting it on times 8 speed, guys, would be a very long game. And like, what's the point of that at that stage? Anyway, very, very good game number 1. Just high-level Arabia with not the same 2 civilizations over and over. Curious? Yeah, you guys. I know you. All right, guys, I'm gonna get some more coffee. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the rest of the series. Great game number 1. Be right back. Alrighty, here we are, game number 2. Well, you don't like the rocket carts? Oh, thanks, old man Willow. Viggo Mortensen also has this shirt, which I absolutely love. He wore it on Stephen Colbert. I didn't even know until, like, I actually got this shirt as a gift, I think. But yeah, that's pretty awesome. The shirt. Frodo and Sam for President 2024. I will take the ring to Mordor. Based. Listen, I'm a big LOTR fan. You know, I have a super nice copy of the Silmarillion. I have both the Rob Inglis and the Andy Serkis versions of the audiobooks. Viper in Portuguese, he's a big fan of them, but he's gonna be up against the Yohemians. AoE2 on Twitch, yeah. Hocus Toe, yeah. Sauron Nazgul 28. You thought people who are LTR fans aren't nerds? Yeah, basically. Hey man, this girl I'm talking to and who I'm going to be going out with in a couple of weeks thinks that nerds are cute, so, you know, it'll get you somewhere sometimes, occasionally. For instance, there you go, Alvanar. Also hope you're doing well. Is she hot? I think she is. What's up with my nerddom? Something like that. Not the nerd personality. Lol. Alright, so, I mean, it's just early game here on not Nomad. We see this map in like every set, man. So we got 7 fishing ships versus 7. Viper with 2 fire galleys on the way. Yo's gonna be able to... Wait. Why the barracks? I guess... I mean, he still, I think, is gonna have his resources because of... Okay, you lost me, Yo. What on earth are you doing? Stable blacksmith? As Bohemians? Maybe thinks he's playing the King Wenceslaus Bohemians and not the, you know, Jan Hus, Jan Žižka Bohemians. Well, I'm currently living in limbo because I don't have a job, but you know what? People have been enjoying this tournament, and people have been enjoying the YouTube, so I can't complain. Yeah, King Wenceslaus was the king of Bohemia during Genghis Khan. All right, Castle Edge coming in. How far am I off doing? What do you mean? How far am I off? I've been doing streaming YouTube full-time since 2020. How low can the rent go? Tell me about it. Anyway, Viper himself is on his way up to Castle Age, but it's not like Yo's going for a super all-in castle drop or anything like that. My concern is that he's going to have difficulty actually winning water against Viper. You can see the fire ships have arrived. Yo is making fire galleys, but, I mean, Viper's going to win that easily 2-1. It depends. I can do okay, as in, like, slightly above minimum wage if I'm having a month like I am with Chronicles on YouTube, and if I'm getting numbers like I am for this tournament. In most situations recently, not good. Hey! Alright, War Galley coming in. Our contractors here, which is why the Corgi is barking. Alright, Light Cav and War Galley coming in, but it's still 5-1. Now, Yo is gonna... Viper, great recognition there. Wait. You just won a tournament? I mean, Viper is looking good. I don't think Viper is playing poorly. I think that he let the series versus ACCM slip, but I mean, it was a close series against a top player. He lost game number, he won very decisively versus freaking Andy. Looked like the better player there, and he lost game number 1 against Yo. So, I mean, is Viper far and away the best player in this tournament? No, but is he competitive with the very best? Absolutely. Kind of zesty? Nah, it's kind of me calling over my shoulder behind a closed door. All right, double Monastery here for you. I mean, light cav opening with Bohemians is not what you'd expect. That said, I still am not super sold on this for Yo. Viper is ahead in resources. Top 5 after Hera. Everybody who won on day number 1. So, Yo, Leary, Viper, ACCM. Round out the top 5. Good job. Yeah. Unemployed? I mean, it really just depends on the monetary value. Ladder, it means nothing. Like, at that level, ladder means literally nothing. I think people really do mistake how well someone is doing on ladder for their actual skill level, when it's really just a matter of who's grinding ladder the most. With monetary gain? To a degree. Now, I'm not somebody who needs to be a millionaire to be happy. At 28, would I like to be able to not live with my parents anymore? Yes. Would I like to be able to spend money on trips occasionally? Yes. Yeah, this honestly feels kind of predictable. Viper's just going up to 3 TCs. He's got his own light cav out. $100 a month? Well, you must live in a place that is more financially viable. Yeah, so Sora just played a ton of AoE too. It's not just because he's playing against Hera on ladder. A job then? Well, the thing is, I can't get a job that is going to be worth that much more than this is financially. And this still theoretically has higher upside and also looks a lot better on a resume. So really, there isn't much of a point. And like, who knows? Maybe with this, you know, the viewer numbers being better for this tournament, maybe I can carry it into a bit of momentum going into the end of the year. Who knows? Who knows? Casting Rex, of course. This is a live game, though. But I will be casting the Rex from the earlier series after this. The spreadsheet? Yes, I do have the big spreadsheet. Am I putting in work week hours? Absolutely. I've been doing it for years now. It's very inconsistent income, though. Well, so here's the thing, guys. I don't like this approach from Yo. Because if you're going fast castle, you lose water. It's just what happens. Especially if, you know, Viper is also going up to castle age fast. If you don't go for, like, a super aggressive castle drop behind it, you're just not getting anywhere in this game. Viper's just ahead economically. He's going to get further ahead economically. Even if he loses all of his fish, he's probably still going to be getting farther ahead in terms of villagers. And also, he's probably not going to be losing the fish anyway. I mean, it's tough. Again, it's like, where is Yo going to be getting an advantage in this game? I just don't really see it. No, the land day is not over. This set is live because there was, like, a game that lasted almost 3 real-life hours between Hera and ACCM. Yeah, fishing ships are included here, but if you want to see the actual values, you can look here, like 56 bills, 10 fishing ships. Okay, Yo's getting some kills. Ah, here it is. Okay, this is good. You know, I was thinking that Viper wouldn't even lose his fishing ships, and Yo is trying to make that happen. Land events in China. I wish I casted this event, man. I wish they flew me out to cast this one, but, I mean, they didn't fly anyone out to cast this one, so who knows. Okay, so Yo is trying to make something happen. He's keeping Viper's eco idle right now, and, like, that's good. I think Viper got the conversion there. Organizing? I have organized tournaments. I've both hosted and administrated tournaments. Real time? Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like, yeah, but they always take forever. But this castle's going to be huge for Viper, and I'm still just not really seeing this for Yo. Messy? Yeah, but you're still 2,300 resources behind. You're still way behind in the villager count. And there still isn't much of a long-term advantage for Yo. Yeah, I mean, Viper's quick vaults there are going to be good. We'd expect them to. Yeah, I mean, the monk's obviously dying is a big rip. And Viper still has 8 fishing ships working, mind you. I mean, even if he loses more here, this is what I was saying, guys. He still has a 10-vil lead and a huge resources lead. Just a pretty face for tournaments? Shh! We don't need to put that on the resume. I mean, if we're getting to Cannon Galleons, the game is, like, super giga over at that point. No, I mean, but Bohemians are a good Nomad Civ, but I feel like you need to go FC Aggression, not like FC Light Cav. Because this exact approach from Yo feels like the game ends up like this every single time, where Viper just gets really far ahead in economy. Yo never set himself up to get enough damage to make up for the fact that he lost water. And I think that's really where it's, you know, it's as simple as that. Imp on the way for Viper. That should probably be enough to close this one out. I mean, good quick walls for Yo. It really doesn't matter at this point. Go to Viper's POV. He's got pretty good vision on the map. Organ guns are coming out, but again, Viper can do anything even remotely reasonable and be totally fine. Looks like all the light cav and pikemen died over there. No life minutes. Again, there's a convoluted reason that's the case, but it doesn't make any sense to change it at this point. Castle coming in for Yo. Again, I don't know how much I can underscore the fact that it really doesn't matter because Yo is so far behind in economy. Not at all a fan of his approach here. Been like that forever? It's been like that since the MSN zone. Yeah, okay. The history behind it is that when they originally developed AoE 2, they had it, you know, 1-to-1, 1 second in game, 1 second real life. But then they realized that that was too slow. So they made the default speed. They literally just sped everything up by 50%. So the normal game speed was 1.5. They made fast 2.0, and then the slow speed 1.0. However, due to the fact that there was so much lag back in the day, online was set to 1.69 or 1.7. So they made it a little bit faster to help make up for the lag back in the, ye old days. So in the MSN Zone days, what players got used to was playing the game at 1.7 speed. That was also carried over through to Voobly. However, Voobly also made a lot of improvements to lag so that the game actually felt both cleaner and faster. In HD, they, had the technology to just make the multiplayer speed 1.5 like it was technically originally supposed to. But the thing is that the pro scene didn't play on HD anyway, so that was kind of a moot point. So when DE came out, they were also originally going to keep it on 1.5 as the default. But then all of the pro players and esports people were like, no, keep it on 1.7. We're used to it for years now. And so the devs were like, okay, sure. And so they made 1.7 the default. Which I like because, again, I'm used to it. So it's a long story, but that's how we ended up with 1.7. Anyway. Is this game any less over than when I started that story? I identify as one? Yes, I am. Man, this game sure looks super over. I mean, even ACCM's got nothing on the old Chinese players. Yeah, it would just be very weird to change at this point. AoE 3, yeah, because again, those games were developed after AoE 2, and those were based off of the real-life timers in the first place anyway. .6. The in-game time is 1.7. Technically, it's 1.69, but round that to 1.7. Now, you still can play at 1.5 movement speed if you slow down the game, but there's no real reason to. Much more common? Maybe. It is true that the newer school players do resign a lot faster. True, I think it's still the exact same 1.7 or 1.69. Anyway, Viper strikes right back. I said everything that needed to be said about this game a long time ago. It was basically over, like, year-ish. Against Spring? Well, yeah, I don't think Yo would have found himself in this situation against Spring, I'm not gonna lie. Stop a game? Oh no, that would be so bad. That was actually Yo's #1 home map, but yeah, Viper kind of crushed that one. I just did not like Yo's approach at all. Spring was good at a point, yes. Yeah. Is the S word? Am I sloppy? Uh-oh. Oh, we're going to Zutu. I was trained in your Jedi arts by Count Zutu. Am I ruining AoE again? Oh my goodness. Spring becomes so washed? I mean, he just didn't play as much AoE. Didn't really focus on improving as much. Alright, kiddos, we're here tied up at 1-1. We'll have Viper in the yellow as the Malay to the south, and in the blue as the Georgians to the north. Viper already sending 2 vills forward. Now, and he already has Loom as well. Okay, that's odd. I mean, he's, I guess, going to try and deny the early dock, but 2 vills forward is a lot this fast. Yeah, but Spring, like, only ever played Hung Wars. Okay, this could have been a disaster for Yo. Oh! Uh-oh, solid snake sounds. Yo saying, I don't care, man. Christmas presents? Nah, man, it's freaking October. The ads are exactly the same as they always are. Man, there was like a glorious few months with people not complaining about ads, and then that was only because I'd forgotten to enable ads. Okay, Viper is getting in with his dock slightly faster. Kind of a very odd opening, honestly. Yo has Loom himself at this point. Oh, Mangudai Enjoyer gifting the sub to 1 Sparse. Thank you so much, Mangudai Enjoyer. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And 1 Sparse, welcome to the Wolfpack, and enjoy the beauty, glory, and majesty of Ornlu, Wolf, and friends. I mean, Viper is making this wild, that is for sure. He is going full-on Vill fight mode, but the Scout should be able to block for that Villager, and it is indeed able to do just that, but Viper with his own fishing ship out. He's a Vill ahead, even. I guess just 3 seconds idle time. The thing is, Viper doesn't have his Scout anymore. Yo's Scout is still basically on full not full HP, but close to full HP. That Vill's gonna go ahead and finish the dock. And then we have Arzor coming in with the 3 months. Oh, thank you. And Cyber.
To spend on your date in a few weeks.
Thank you so much. My MG like gifting this up to Cyber. Thank you so much as well. Thank you, everybody. Unfortunately, I get paid the month after, so I won't get paid by the revenue I make in October until mid-December. Okay, this is really weird, guys. On the one hand, Viper's losing 2 Vills in Dark Age. That's obviously quite bad, and this Vill could easily get walled in. Actually, why isn't Yo walling in this Vill? Viper's almost a Feudal Age, though, and he should easily be able to win water. I mean, maybe not easily, but he should be able to win water. On it with the Scout? Because if you don't wall it in, Viper will probably be able to Alcatraz his way and just make sure the Vill never dies. Because that's AoE for you these days. Second dock coming in for Yo. Very odd game so far, but this is only the second game I've ever seen on this map. Alcatraz is absolutely a verb now. Another house, I guess. Something for that Vill to do that's useful. Double fire galley is on the way, but those fishing ships will be harassed in the short run. Viper's got another fire galley coming up. As far as I can tell, nobody has a barracks or anything like that, so it's all just focused on the water right now. Yeah, ads are really annoying on Twitch, but I gotta run them. Like, the dream scenario would be if I was in a position to I could, like, manually just run ads in between games or whatever because I made enough revenue from subs so that the ad revenue was secondary, but that's, alas, not the case. Oh, boy. I think the fire galley... Oh! Gets it! Oh, the scout does die, but that is a third dead Vil for Viper. Look at this! Viper's melee and he's behind an eco like this. Uh-oh. Good demo, though. No Hulk is on the way. Yappa. Both players have double bit axe. Share an Amazon wish list for Christmas? I don't need anyone to buy me anything. Also, I literally have no idea what I'd want for Christmas anyway. Oh, actually, I do know. I want some more socks. I only like wearing nice socks. I like wearing my nice athletic socks. Oh, another good demo hit for Viper. The issue is that this is the demo problem, right? If you don't have any ships behind it, then what does that good demo hit really get you? And right there, all of those ships are going down, and this is still a very good start for Yo. It's messy for him. It was definitely not an easy opening for Yo, but he has adapted to the chaos quite effectively. He has far less idle TC time than the Viper does. Random sock. I don't know. What's the sock I have now? No, Dash, I'm not playing any. I don't know, Dry Max? They're like, I think my mom got them for me at like a running store. But these are my favorite kind of socks. With the, like a little bit on the ankle, but not like too much. You love Trimax socks? Yeah, it's like all I wear when I can get away with it. How to use them? Oh no. Alright, has anything happened in this game? Viper is still trying to fight for water here. Note that Yo has stopped making any more ships whatsoever, so this means that Yo is going to actually start a transition onto the land. Just going to be going for a few scouts here. He does need to get his farming eco down, but that's exactly what he's doing. I need to run ads with that content? You know it. Why do you think the Ornlu fans exists? No, this isn't back like when people were DMing Ellie to send her money for feet pics or something like that. I mean, not bad for Viper. It's really weird. Oh, the Vil's gonna die at this point. It's not. How on earth is the Vil not dying? What the heck? Yeah, it's really annoying how many creepy guys there are on the internet. Shoot land units? No, they shoot land units too. That's an underwhelming demo for Yo. Now, the thing is, so long as Yo is making Viper continue to invest, which is exactly what's happening, this is actually okay for Yo. I mean, you'd rather keep the fishing ships alive than not keep the fishing ships alive. But Yo's going to click up to Castle Age very soon, and Viper's quite far off. Viper now having to build a barracks. And again, it's all about just keeping Viper forced to continue to invest to keep him in the feudal age. And see, Yo, he's actually going to run out of forge bushes like right now, but that's going to be enough to get him to Castle Age, and that's all that matters. Yeah, now Yo is only going to have 9 on... Oh, he needs the building. A little bit of the S word, but At the end of the day, Yo has 500 resources collected ahead. He is on his way up to Castle Age. Now, with the power of Melee, Viper might be able to hit a similar timing still, but obviously this game is still going for heavily in favor of Yo right now. Also, whose home map is this? Is this Viper's home map? It is Viper's home map. I think Yo's picked Bedouins and not Nomad as his home maps in every single series so far. Also, Palisade Gates were invented for a reason, Yo! Now, Viper can try and add in some fishing ships himself. I mean, there's still plenty of fish to take. Yo seems to be kind of done dealing with water, though. Yeah, Yo just kind of stopped investing into water. Viper kept on investing into water. And that was kind of the point from Yo, is that, okay, if Viper wants to win water, he's going to need to invest a lot into it, and that's going to heavily delay his Castle Age. Still, Viper's going to click up, and the timings are likely going to be fairly similar still. That fill's almost done, and yeah, Viper's going to be only 30 seconds slower, and he still has a, large overall villager advantage thanks to the power of the Bisky Mothers. That said, Yo's going to be coming forward. Oh, Yo has a dock over there. He does have galleys to be able to harass his opponent. Choose from? Yeah, I tend to agree. Especially when the maps are all generally quite similar. Just drop TCs. Yo could take this game in several different directions. Okay, you could go for a fortified church. Such a strong bonus. I love the bonus, though. It's so interesting. It can be used in several different ways. As like a main bonus for a civilization. To like base the entire civilization's balance around. I love it. I do think it's too good, though. I think it does need a bit of a nerf. But design-wise, I love it. Anyway, double monastery here for Viper, but this is obviously his only gold. Viper has his 4 fishing ships. The last dock has been cleared up. And it's not like... Oh, Viper is also going to be coming in with a forward dock, going to be able to get through there with a villager. Having strong... Well, because Malay do, like, everything else well, and they have Viking-level eco. Oh, but Yo discovers it. Now, the dock is going to be in. Oh, and the quick walls there, of course, are good for Viper. Classic. Do you think is needed? I don't know the number. I think a bit of a nerf. Like, if it's 80% faster right now, I would nerf it down to, like, 60% faster, and then see where that goes. All right, Yo's going to add another TC here on the side. And this is certainly a bit uncomfortable for Viper, who, again, has no gold income. He's getting redemption for his bunks. But, again, redemption doesn't matter when you have the fortified churches here. And now the relic can fire arrows. This is looking good here for Mr. Yo. I mean, Viper, again, he does have the fishing ships here, but as soon as they have to gather from the box turtles, they're going to be much more exposed. Oh, those scout cav aren't going to be able to make their way in. I mean, it's not like Viper is going to, like, get wrecked here. I just don't think that's possible. But I also don't know how he's going to get anywhere in this game. He's going to transport. He's going to try and escape that way. And it would, of course, require very good awareness for Yo to be able to scout that. And with how messy things are right now, I don't think Viper is going to have too much difficulty being able to bleed through with some villagers. That said, Yo is able to start taking gold right there. His overall eco is a lot better. I say a lot better. He's like 500 resources ahead, which is good, but not like world-crushing. Yo's just making a fire galley out over there. Presley? No, Viper is behind in resources by 600. But he is going to be able to add a TC on the outside. Light Cav is here for you as well, and even a battering ram coming in. Not too sure about that. I guess I can just demolish those buildings pretty fast. Yes, it's very impressive that Viper is still in this one. Just a good, messy game so far between these two players. Good plays on both sides. Also, I'd like to point out again that Georgians are being picked in like every single series, even though they're apparently a bad civ. Great game. Well, I've only ever seen 2 games on this map. Esports. Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's a ton of work that I've done that I'm proud of doing. That have required some, at least some degree of talent. Redemption? Not necessarily. If anything, too many civs have Halbs and too many civs have Bracer. Oh, Viper! Viper! Uh-oh. Unless Viper gets a really lucky conversion there. No, he doesn't. Remember also that Georgians do not have Atonement, so you can't go for the full clowning. Yo is on 3 TCs himself. I think Georgians are actually too good in general. I feel like Georgians are better. Georgians and Lithuanians are just the best cav civs. I think they really power creep civs like Slavs, Bulgarians. Nice conversion there for Vibe. Can he get the... Oh, almost. Yeah, Slavs, Bulgarians, Sicilians are all heavily power... Franks, of course, heavily power crept by Georgians and Lithuanians. I also think Bloodlines is too common. Husbandry is too common. Bulgarians and Sicilians are only kind of weak on their own, though. I think that they need some slight buffs. Sicilians are actually almost there, in my opinion. Oh... I still think that the main issue is that you have civs that are too powerful as opposed to civs that are too weak. Flyers is too common? Yes, but I think that's less of an issue. Is tough? It is tough, but that's how civs used to be designed, right? Anyway, Viper loses his starting TC. That's not great for him, of course. Now, he is doing a good job of keeping his existing idle TC time low, but Yo now 2,000 resources ahead. He's on the 3 TCs to the 1. Britons don't really feel very good on any setting except flank and team game. They are still a top 10 civ on Black Forest, but not... That's just, like, BF 1v1 isn't super common, and yes, they are still a great team game flank civ, but that's only a team game thing. Anyway, Viper has a few monks, a few spearmen, but all Yo needs to do is, I think, keep up with the light cav and balance this eco, Yo! He has a market. Okay, Viper just taps out. Yo, 1 game away from, I'm pretty sure, being guaranteed to move on. I don't think there's a way that you are eliminated being 3-0. But yeah, really solid game. It was messy. Viper really tried to throw Yo off, but Yo just adapted to it super well. He killed 2 of Viper's vills in the Dark Age. He just made Viper commit so much to winning water that Viper was slower to Castle Age as melee, and Yo was just able to get the TC down. The siege fortified church push was great. I loved the forward fortified church right there, because it means that you just sort of have this guaranteed ability to deny your opponent gold income, even without, like, having to deal with a mangonel dance. Really, really, really good. Yep. I mean, Yo is, you know, one of, if not the best players at recognizing win conditions, so yes, you would expect him to do a very good job of that. Anyway, that was the #1 pick for Yo, the #2 pick for Viper. That was Viper's second home map, so thus far, everyone's lost their home maps. Yeah, I think a lot of the issue is that civs these days have bonuses that are very powerful, but also better tech trees than a lot of the old civs. Persians and Chinese both have economies that are strong enough to keep up, even with big tech tree holes. Chinese and Persians both have very bad tech trees in the late game. And then Japanese are a civ that are heavily benefiting from the fact that they had their own tech tree buffed in a massive way with bloodlines, and also now have a Cav Archer bonus. All right, looks like we are going to Bedouins next. Or as some people call it, Bedounes. Anyway, now, Yo... Again, no spoilers. No spoilers. If Yo wins this, then he would face either Hera or ACCM, depending on who won their set. Because both would be 3-0, and then whoever won that series would be seed number 1, and I think whoever lost that series would probably be seed number 2. Would be my guess. GSL group, you get more matches out of it. Anyway, Viper's going to be here in the yellow as Dawei. Again, he isn't eliminated if he loses this game. You can still advance through with 2 losses, but he would need to win his final set. So we'll have to we'll look at all the different permutations for these middle players if if Viper loses. If Yo loses, he'll be at 2-1, but his Buchholz score will be very low because he's only beaten Hart and Nikov, both of which have, few to no wins. Again, going into today. Yeah, that Hun game from Yo is very impressive yesterday. It increases Buchholz. So I think if Yo loses today, he would have to win tomorrow against whoever he plays against. Otherwise, he would probably lose, like, all the tiebreakers. Anyway, I need to take a quick break, guys. I'll be right back. Enjoy following Yo's horse around. Huns versus Wei. Lots and lots of Cav Archers here. Sorry. Sorry. There are even more people here working on the house, and the corgi decided that he wanted to make friends. All right. So, Feudal Age is in. Looks like Viper is opening scouts. Yo is up a little bit slower. But Viper getting his eco upgrades does mean he gets the extra villagers. And he will be getting the better eco over Huns in the long run. Look at all those goats, though. Oh my goodness, it's a goat utopia here. Now, Viper has quite a few goats himself. But yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of the Hun horse. You're telling him Dash's new friends? Nah, he just wanted to play with them. And now Dash is demanding head scratches from me. And he is rolling over to get more pets, which makes it a very awkward angle for me. Anyway, Yo already with archers here. Now, some people were questioning the Wei pick from Viper. I think it was yesterday versus ACCM. Wei aren't like gonna be my favorite civ for this map, but I still think they're pretty good. Of course, Archer helps out a ton versus the Spearman, though, and Viper will be forced to retreat. The Archer also helps shoot over the palisade walls to harass those villagers, so good there for Yo. Viper still with a bit of a scout advantage, though, and he's got a slight Vil lead as well, although a bit of idle TC time. Yo is actually ahead in resources, though. More wood? Well, if they gave them 50 more wood, then that would just make them a lot better on regular land maps. What buff did Wei get for them to be good? The Xianbei Raiders got improved a ton. So they got and unlocked a lot more of their tech tree, giving them a good ranged option. And they also got villagers from Wheelbarrow and Handcart, as well as a villager from Stone Shaft Mining, potentially. And Wei always had a very good eco, so as long as you had some more military... Sorry, Dash, oh my goodness. I'm like leaning all the way back in my chair just so I can give now belly rubs to Dash. Give away with the way. Alright. Scout Cav goes down there. Overall resources, again, still favoring Yo. I mean, he's got 11 goats left, guys. And no blacksmith upgrades at all for Viper. Again, a win for Yo almost certainly guarantees him advancing. And he's actually just going to try and rush his way up to Castle Age. Ooh, he sees how Viper's on the back foot, sees the blacksmith coming in, and knows that Viper is going to really be focusing on defense. Whereas Yo is just going to try and rush his way up to Castle Age, and he is going to be able to do so. Viper just now going on to gold. Yo with 10 Vils on that resource. I mean, he did drop his TC on some gold. And now I imagine it's going to be all about the CA. Now, Viper isn't too far away from clicking up as well, but around 10% more resources collected for Yo already is quite huge. Oh, not ideal there for Viper, but the skirmishers will not be gainsaid. Still, the next question is going to remain, what are you going to be doing here as Yo? Are you going to add a second stable and go knights, or are you going to add a second archery range and go for crossbowmen into cav archers? Couple spearmen here, going to chase away the scouts. Those scouts aren't doing a whole lot either. But yeah, Viper does not have a market, so he just needs to gather a little bit more gold, and then he can click up. Yeah, crossbowmen into cav archers. I think that does make more sense than knights, especially versus Da Wei. Because Wei Haiguang are going to be performing very well against on knights. All right, Viper on his way up. But Yo is still going to be around 2 minutes faster. And with Castle Age now in, Yo's going to almost certainly just pick up Bodkin and Crossbowmen and then make the switch into Cav Archers like we've seen Huns do for the last 25 years. All right, Viper grabbing Bloodlines. He's got some skirmishers, but it still doesn't really feel all that great. Now Crossbow and Bodkin are in. Those scouts are going to have a real bad day soon. And Viper looking really rough here in this game number 4. That defensive tower is good, though. And Viper did not sell a stone, so, you know, able to do that. But now Viper off of gold entirely without a market. We have the University coming in, immediate ballistics for Yo, and he is looking mighty good here in this game number 4. This is tough here for Viper. He is getting a market because, again, no gold income. Ooh. Having your stone cost converted to wood would actually be really annoying for Bulgarian TCs. Just cost 375 wood. That'd be a huge nerf in Castle Age. If you had the full-on old, old TCs of not costing any stone, would that be overpowered? Maybe. Spamming TCs all over the map without a care in the world does still feel probably a bit too good. Anyway, CA coming in. I mean, this is just classic Hunsing right now, and the fact that Viper never got an eco lead as the way versus Huns is a big issue. I mean, just look at this, guys. Yo is absolutely crushing this one. Oh, dear. I mean, game number 1 was super good between these two players, but other than the not Nomad game where Yo looked like he was never set up to win, games 3 and 4 have been looking very, very, very good. There's nothing left over there. Wheelbarrow's coming in for Viper. He's going to get an extra build because of it. But Yo is just dancing around back and forth. Viper doesn't even have +2 defense in for the skirms. It's ballistics versus no ballistics, of course, and Viper just taps out. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, spaghetti Mr. Yo, because he is Mr. 3-0 in this tournament so far. And this is the strongest Yo has looked, in my opinion. Viper did not play poorly. I do not think Viper played poorly in any of the games in this set. But Yo is looking real good. I mean, he didn't crush Hart and he didn't crush Nikov in their first sets. I don't think Viper's looking bad at all. I think he's just looking like Yo was the better player today. And that is a very, very good. Impressive. So Yo is, again, I don't know 100%, but I don't see a way in which Yo doesn't advance with 3 wins. I don't even think that's possible. For a cleaner stream. Now, is this game Viper being washed? I wasn't here in Dark Age. Yo had a very big early lead in resources collected, and you could argue that Huns were a reason for that because of the extra goats. But Yo also played that perfectly. Like, again, there's a difference between Viper looking bad and Viper looking worse than Yo, right? Yeah, Viper did certainly wall early. And I think I do like Huns more than Wei there. Might have missed it. Maybe once. Well, I mean, that was just because Viper was going forward very early on. Anyway, guys, that is Yo winning the series. We did see already on this stream today, Nikov beat Vivi. So we have 3 more sets to cast today. Again, no spoilers on this stream, please. For the first 3 sets, we are going to cast Heart Sebastian, Andy Leary, and ACCM Hera, except for the 4-hour game. Okay, maybe we can do the 4-hour game on ×8 speed. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see, guys. A half hour? Yeah, but the game isn't going to run on actual ×8 speed. Anyway, Hart is 0-2, and Sebastian... Actually, hold on. Let's... the drafts here. How to measure time? Exactly. Again, thanks to everyone who's tuning in. I know it was a very, very long day. It was almost 11 and a half hours, right? For the main stream. Alright, do that. All right, so game number 1 is going to be on Lookout. Yes, the overall level of AoE is significantly higher than it was back when Viper was at his prime. It's just about relative to the other players. Any standouts here in the draft? Kamir and Fish, so Sebastian going a little bit glubby. Hart going exclusively with land maps. Vikings are kind of interesting. Everything else is very, very normal. Sicilians may be a bit interesting as well, but they're pretty common on Fish. And again, Shu being a very high priority pick. 2021 than now? I don't think so. Because even when AoE was at its peak, it was still almost all of the money going to the same exact people as today, so I don't think there would have been many more players at all that would have been able to support themselves from AoE 2 that weren't also able to do that right now. Again, after we're done for the day, we'll look at all the different permutations. All right, guys, here we are. Hart versus Sebastian. He definitely needs to win this set as he is 0-2 right now. He lost versus Hera, and he lost versus Yo. I mean, to be fair, he lost against 2 of the guys who were 2-0 to start today. So he has very good quotes. Yeah, they would give the big bowls. So if he still needs to win the set though. So because Buchholz is not the first tiebreaker, it still should be you know, sets won. Meanwhile, Sebastian in the blue as the shoe, the blue shoe, if you will. And here's to the northeast, and again, Shu do have some very good timings, but I still prefer Koreans. It just feels like Koreans, they're very good against archer civs. Towers are good against archers, much more so than against cavalry, or even infantry, actually, or siege. Then you can just, if you can sort of hang in there until late game, Shu just run into a brick wall. All right. Feudal Age is in. Sebastian, 3 seconds of idle time. He is clearly a big noob. Archery range coming on in. Archery range coming on in. So really, this is going to come down to, yes, Sebastian is around 100 resources ahead, and that is good. But how good is it as the game goes on? That I am unsure about. Now, having the faster-moving mangonels is a really nifty bonus, as we actually have Sebastian bringing his mule cart back home, interestingly. Meanwhile, Hart's just chopping wood with it. Good players? Yeah, I know. 3 seconds. From Hart, I know, you could easily just go down there, but Scotty doesn't know, man. Scotty just doesn't know. Sports Scholar coming in here for Hart before the first farm is seeded. Same deal here for Sebastian. So again, all of that's even. But the extra resources that you get as Shu, you also have to compare against the discount you're spending on all your ranged units as the Koreans. So again, like, how much of an advantage is this really? I know the top players love the Shu. I know. I am still thoroughly whelmed by them. They're not bad, but like, the Civ just hits a literal brick wall. Anyway, Fly Guy, thank you so much for the subscription. Welcome to the Wolf Pack, and enjoy the beauty, glory, and majesty of Ornlu, Wolf and Friends. Like, Shu are kind of like Vikings with a better tech tree. But, like, you don't have anywhere near as good of an eco advantage as Vikings do. Anyway, it's just skirmishers coming in for Hart. Archers for Sebastian. Sebastian's getting his farms down quite nicely, but look at this. Even faster farming from Hart. 13 farms already versus 7, almost double. I don't really... I mean, it's the Big Mac Index, right? Was an economist term back in the day for how much a Big Mac costs relative to the wages in your country. I mean, we see this all the time. Blacksmith coming in here from Hart. Now, Sebastian, of course, not spending any food on his archers and getting the extra food generated from his lumberjacks is going to be getting a better castle age time. Well, don't run into TC fire. Other than that, things have been very, very, very passive. Hart just losing 1 unit. Sebastian is ahead by 300 resources. Again, Shu do have a better eco than Koreans, because basically every Civ has a better eco than Koreans. Player-wise, I think it's very competitive. I think both Hart and Sebastian are kind of in, like, that top 8 to 12 range, probably. Depending on how they're doing, and on a good day, they can both match up against you know, the very best players decently. A little bit off with the resources, though, is Sebastian. Let's just speed this up for now. I mean, again, he is faster, but not by much. Archers are all just chilling in the TC for now. 30 seconds slow up to Castle Age for Heart. Honestly, that's just totally fine for him. Sebastian's going to come in, maybe make some scouts here. We'll have to see if he's just going to be for LingYuan Cav. I guess that is going to be the case. Fletching just now on its way. The free archer armor upgrades are nice. Decent trade-off? Yeah, I mean, Sebastian, again, still does have the better eco as the shoe, but... Again, I just want to underscore the fact that I know... I like to think I have a pretty good understanding of AoE 2, even if I'm not a top player. Podcast on the way. I fail to see how Shu are a very impressive civilization relative to... I mean, it's not like even Koreans are a top-tier pick, right? Koreans are decent, but they're not insane. I mean, that's just a good villager kill there. Second TC for both players. A monastery coming in for Heart. He's just getting his skirmisher upgrades. Actually, that's... Oh, all the vills died. That's actually just a bit of the S word there for Heart. Aren't even as good as Britons. I mean, I would prefer Britons over Shu, but again, I always have a bias against the Three Kingdoms Sibs because I don't like Sibs that aren't good in late game. I don't think they're bad. I just don't think they're, like, all that great. Like, remember, guys, Sebastian has Shu as his number 2 Civ pick. I mean, I like the speedier mangonels. That's very helpful. Obnoxious to deal with. In 1v1s, I have never seen traction trebs be very impressive. I've only seen traction trebs become scary once you have, like, 10 of them, but 10 traction trebs are so insanely expensive that it's like, okay, well, most Civs can put together something for the amount of resources that 10 traction trebs cost. I mean, yeah, like, they're solid. I don't think they're bad, but are they the second best Arabia Civ? I don't get it at all. Said he couldn't really explain why. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't take too much from a random Hera video. Ten traction trebs. The thing with 10 traction trebs is that if you spend all those resources on 10 traction trebs and your opponent has also spent all of those resources, the traction trebs can be very annoying to deal with, don't get me wrong. And they're certainly not useless, but they're also still not even the greatest for pushing. Anyway, Sebastian's is still going to get ahead in terms of eco. Resources collected are going to be going up. That is in part due to the Shu, of course, and then the 3 villagers killed, and then the faster third TC. All of those things are going to combine to give a much better eco to our blue player. Skirm's doing some skirmy things. Decent hit there, but yeah, there's only so much you can do. They nukes each, but we saw in, like, Viper versus Yo. Like, I think game number 1, Viper Yo, earlier, was a great example of, like, okay, Viper spent all of those resources on traction trebs, that you still can't keep them alive forever. And that necessarily means you're spending a lot fewer resources getting your actual army together. Heavy Hay or Korean Cavalier, almost certainly the Shu. Heavy Hay, Guan Cav, Korean Cavalier are awful. And cart coming in actually for both players. Eco upgrades are basically identical. And he was Khmer? Well, that's because Khmer aren't a very good arena civ in late game. That would be why. Army to kill the Shu. I was actually thinking the other way around. I think that if anything, Berbers might struggle to deal with White Feather Guard plus Arb plus Traction Treb, but it was just so hard to ever get there. Like, even if you're running into Celts or Slavs, I think Celts or Slavs absolutely demolish Shu. And they're not top-tier arena civs, they just have good siege. Anyway, does get the kill there. I mean, there's a lot of, you know, fighting happening. The real moral of the story is that Sebastian just added in extra eco faster, and Hart lost 3 bills in the transition to Castle Age and was slower in adding in extra TCs anyway. They don't nuke siege rams, that's for sure. Ooh! Ladies and gentlemen, I think Treebeard has something to say for us. A fine hit! Oh no! Sebastian! Gets a decent hit on the skirm. I mean, it's a good hit on the skirms. Okay, that's another good hit. Garrison and Slavs heavily outboom Shu anyway. Now, team games BF, I'm sure Traction Trebs are overpowered. Like, BF games, when you can have other civs cover the weaknesses of the 3K civs, I think that the Traction Trebs are almost certainly broken. I mean, Hart also has very good micro. Both of these players have very good micro. If anything, I think Hart might have slightly better execution than Sebastian does, and is also, I think, more consistent overall in playing near the peaks of his, you know, potential. But Sebastian has a bit of a higher ceiling, and he's also a bit more adaptable. Like, that's how I would generally characterize these two players. Which I think also gives them a pretty even matchup versus each other. Anyway, despite being behind by almost 3,000 resources, Hart does have that great discount for his skirmishers, and he is up on his way to Imp, and he is only going to be 40 seconds behind, I guess. Thinking it was maybe a little bit closer, but yeah. He's still fine. Without giving them Trebs, I agree. I just don't think the Traction Treb is a very well-designed unit, in my opinion. Skirm should be able to snipe the Mangonel. Yes, they do. This is also an excellent matchup for the Korean rocket carts, by the way. Korean rocket carts should be extremely good here. Like, what on earth are Shu supposed to do against rocket carts? Unless they literally kill all of them with Traction Trebs before they can get a single volley off. Yeah, but rocket carts are much cheaper and faster to produce than Traction Trebs are. No castle yet. I guess that's a 1-for-1. I mean, even heavy rocket carts without Shinki-chan are still going to be very good. Although Shinki-chan is obviously the icing on the cake, so to say. Micro, that is a possibility, for sure. And the Traction Treb production has begun. Game spin. Game number 1 of Viper vs. Yo was excellent. Most of the other games were kind of meh. Close enough. They still have 9 range with Siege Engineers. I mean, obviously, first you need to prioritize the skirm upgrades. I don't know. I feel like you guys are underestimating just how freaking much damage rocket carts can do. I mean, those units are basically trading with each other. We got a Treb on the way. Directions? Yeah, I think that that is a 3 is a good number. Remember, Sebastian still has 4K more resources. Very, very big. Bombard on the... Yeah, Shu have the speedy ones. Some Haguan coming around to do some raiding. Got conscription on the way. Oh, he's going for Fire Lancers. Eh. I guess Korean Fire Lancers might still be efficient versus the White Feather Guard. Exactly. Shu Skirm are generic but fully upgraded. I mean, they also get a discount on the Skirm upgrades, which is nice, but yeah. Siege Engineers on the way. Now, the thing you don't want to do here as Hart is just poke around against the traction trebs. Oh, I forgot they do bonus damage to the Fire Lancers, that's right. Peggy. The traction trebs only have 1 more range. Right now. They can get 2 more range once you get actual siege engineers in. And they have basically the same movement speed as the bombard cannons. But the bombard cannons are perfectly accurate and the traction trebs aren't. Cases is give and take. That said, what you need is right now some trebs to push the castle, so that if the traction trebs try and come forward to snipe the trebuchet, then the bombard cannons come and kill them. Anyway, Art's doing just fine. His army value's looking very good. He's got a castle up on that hill. Sebastian has a castle up on that hill. The White Feather Guards are coming in. I forget how much bonus. Another snipe there. Hoardings is going to be nice, though. And yeah, I do think you need those trebs to sort of give consistent pressure as Hart. Elite White Feather Guard coming in. I guess that guy's going to be converted. Nothing too crazy there. The bombard cannons are also much smaller than the traction trebs are, so it's a lot easier to group them up. Nice hit there. Okay, 1 bombard goes down. Ooh, okay, bad positioning, though, from Hart. And right now he doesn't have anything to deal with the White Feather Guards. Oh, that could be a mistake. Yeah, now those trebs are going to go down, but that's just not prepping a unit switch here. To be fair, White Feather Guards deal like 3 damage to everything. But Hart. Oh! Good hit there. Coiled Serpent Array on the way. Give the White Feather Guard some extra HP. Guys, you keep telling me that traction trebs are like hard countering bombard cannons. Where is that? These are wrecks. Okay, now the swordsman. Well, actually, no. Gambeson's is for the Fire Lancers. It gets one hit off right there. Again, I still think that Hart is misplaying in the sense that there should be towers everywhere. Dude! Use your units! +4 defense just now coming in. A lot of the bombards have gone down, though. And that is a big, big, big mistake. Alright. Army value heavily in favor right now of Sebastian, though. Splat. Well, the Fire Lancers didn't have all their upgrades until now. Okay. Good hit there for Sebastian. Again, oh, is he selling stone? Okay, no, he's getting another castle up the side. Again, I'd love, love, love some towers. I'd love adding in some rocket carts. Or some trebuchets. Something. Because if you're just going pure bombard versus pure traction treb, that feels like a very even fight. But you want something that's going to be a bit more consistent in damage. Anyway, I mean, these guys have 108 HP. The White Feather Guards are like super, super, super tanky. But yeah, army value right now heavily favoring Sebastian. Like, very heavily. A few hand cannons mixed in, or it's not a bad idea, though. And the bombard cannons are much better at laying down backline damage than the traction trebs are. Of course, now it's just all micro, but still. Oh, it's Liu Bei! Boggers! One traction treb for one bombard cannon. That is still slightly better for the traction trebs. Remember, though, 9,000 more resources for Sebastian. Oh, it's Liu Bei doing his Liu Bei thing. But, I mean, it really does feel like you're not leaning into the late game strength of Koreans as much here as you probably should be. You're not making super efficient units. I mean, the healing's nice. Especially with these fights being very slow. A new one? Yeah, but Sebastian has not already won this game, so I don't really think it's going to matter all that much. Ipsong coming in. Remember, the White Feather Guards are like 30 less gold a unit. Oh, that was messy there from Hart. I mean, he's just not keeping up in bombard cannons relative to traction trebs. And that is where the cheapness of the traction trebs absolutely comes in to help out. But yeah, I think going for Fire Lancers is just a big, big, big mistake. You have no good answer to champions at all as Shu unless you have Arbs, and that's where your skirmishers come in. Anyway, Sebastian might just win this game anyway. Actually, Hart's way ahead in Res Destroyed still. But he just, again, he's really far behind in army value. Yeah, now Sebastian's doing a great job of taking down the production. Do I love this? Not really. I mean, just look at this army value difference, though. It's wild in favor of Sebastian. So many more units that are better. And the White Feather Guards just do a lot more damage than the Fire Lancers do. I mean, Sebastian's just made so much more siege overall, right? The amount of traction trebs produced relative to bombard cannons is heavily, heavily, heavily in favor of our Shu player. Gonna be going after the monastery now. That castle should stand. It's got the full 7,028 HP. ACCM, I'm gonna go through the super long game on ×8 speed. But yeah, right now it's just a lot more resources here for blue. What's the gold difference? Not that much more, honestly. A lot more food, though. I mean, we're at 12 traction trebs, guys. That's a lot. And the thing is, the White Feather Guards are very cheap on the gold cost, which helps them a lot as like a frontline unit. Liu Bei's getting low, though. Just shoot him! Kill him! Rip. Towers are getting sniped by the traction trebs, but again, it's just all the gold right now being spent on the traction trebs. And Hart running out of gold a lot faster because these White Feather Guards are so much more expensive. Or not White Feather Guards, Fire Lancers are so much more expensive on the gold than the White Feather Guards are. And again, I'd like to point out that champions are going to be a lot better against the White Feather Guards than Fire Lancers are. Would Light Cav save Hart? Not really. 14,000 more resources for Sebastian, and Red's out of gold. He lost his relics as well. Again, look at this army value difference. I just really think Hart's misplaying this. He ran out of gold to produce bombard cannons because he spent so much gold on Fire Lancers. Oh, Liu Bei's back from the dead. Yeah, if he went champs, I think this game looks a lot different. Yes, they do. They actually get, 4 bonus damage? So it's 13 attack versus 12 attack. Same reload time, way more HP for the White Feather Guards. And the White Feather Guards, again, cost 30 less gold. I just think it's a huge throw from Hart, honestly. You should not be trading very well with Shu versus freaking Koreans in late game. But the army value of Hart was just never, never, never as good. White Feather Guard, White Feather Guarding. Alright, Red's about to lose his last castle here. Oh, Liu Bei's back again. Yeah, the healing's very nice. Yeah, but not getting rocket carts or towers or specifically champions here to deal with the White Feather Guard, like, all of those things feel like they are going to be contributing to a loss. 7% more efficient eco. 37 traction trebs made, guys. 37. That is so many resources. And bombard cannons, I'm sure, wasn't even close to that number. 3,000 work. I mean, more of everything for Sebastian. And Sebastian gets the first win here. Again, if Hart loses this series, he is almost certainly eliminated, even with a good Buchholz. Really wish these were in order. Really annoying that they aren't in order, actually. Alright, Bedouins is going to be the next map. Yeah, Bedouins has played a lot. And not Nomad are played a lot. They seem to be the most popular maps. Alrighty. So, Sebastian going to be here in the blue as the Romans to the north. Played well in game number 1. Hart had his opportunities, but honestly did misplay late game a fair bit. And he'll be the Red Kujaras to the west. Both of these Sibs are very good on this map. So let's see how this one is going to go. Yeah, both these maps are totally fine. All right, Feudal Age is on the way for both. And there's the mill. It has 8 goats in it. Barracks is on the way. Barracks should be on the way. In fact, not Nomad, indeed. Okay, there's the barrack. Okay, it's going to be an archery range opening versus a scout opening. Get Bogland. Lol. Alrighty. So those bills are actually just going to be running away for now. I guess he saw the archery range. Yes, he did. So making sure that he doesn't have any stray villagers out on the map that could be picked off by Sebastian's archers. Oh, did get housed for a second, though, did Hart. Both players with double bit-axe. Hart walling himself. Or sorry, Sebastian walling himself into the corner of the map. Hart not really doing so quite yet. You can see the villagers are just going to be fishing much closer to the TC. Meanwhile, scouts are here, but honestly, Sebastian is already very well walled. No stone in his base, and I don't think Hart knows that. Yeah, Hart really doesn't have a good way of knowing that, unfortunately for him. That could be something you could punish with forward towers. Oh, does take an extra poke there. $27 pop for each player. Almost the exact same idle time. Hart with more resources collected because the early game income for Gujaras is very, very good. Romans will eclipse that, of course, going forward, though, with more bills, just gathering 5% more resources. Bedouins, this particular version of Bedouins has 300 food on the shorefish, so you can shorefish much longer than normal. But like every tournament, and even the ladder has their own take on this map. That's it. Nothing too decisive happening right now. Blacksmith's going to be here in just a moment. Blacksmith is in over here, but no fletching in yet. And Sebastian actually could be looking for Castle Age, and he might still get there faster than Hart, who is himself walling in. There you go. Archers are out, but they don't get a snipe yet. Like Kajar's flavor? I don't at all. Kajars are one of the least fun civs to play against. Shrivamshas and Chakrams are just straight annoying. To me, Gurjaras are just Hindustanis, but not as well designed. But, like, more gimmicky. Alright. Castle Age on the way here for Sebastian is indeed a little bit faster, and is going to be catching right back up here in resources. And even a second archery range coming in, so he's still going to be playing that archer style. I think that at the end of the day, in a vacuum, Sebastian's always probably just going to be more comfortable playing archers than anything else. He's got more of them on the way. Meanwhile, Hart just going for skirmishers. Just beating up right now because nothing really happening. I'd love to see how well Hart is going to be able to counter this. He's 20 seconds slower, and the archers are coming out onto the map. Oh, but no +1 defense means that... There we go. Very good fight here for Sebastian. He's sniping so many skirmishers right there with archers. 3k Hindustanis? Yep. Doing it on Earth? Yes, very. Because the arrows probably have much less difficulty going anywhere without the gravity of Earth to drag them down. Alright, E-Skirm going to be on its way. Bodkin as well, but no crossbowman upgrade yet for Sebastian. He can't quite afford it. Bodkin now coming in here for red, and there is the Siege Workshop coming in for Sebastian. But isn't there... Stuff still doesn't go on forever in space, right? There's still some friction. That's going to, very, very, very slowly slow down any projectile. Require a specific style? I mean, the thing with the garrisoning the mill, like, it's just kind of a fancy way of just saying you get 1 extra bill on food in the early game. Oh, there is no friction? Well, I don't have a physics degree, so I will just trust everyone's word on it. Well, I know that you can go faster if you're, like, in orbit, right? Oh, canceling Bowsaw right there is hard. Sebastian coming forward here. There are units? Oh, I never really played Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds. Anyway, Mangonel almost in. Kilometers an hour? That's pretty fast. You'd think they'd get a speeding ticket. But it's funny because that's still comically slow compared to the speed of light. Which is, in itself, comically slow compared to, like, how far away stuff is in the universe. Oh, does he get the kill? Okay, loses 3 crossbowmen, but it's worth losing 3 crossbowmen to get a Mangonel. Especially if your own Mangonel is still alive. Dodging, yep, it's very annoying. Again, it's just Gujaras are an annoying civ. The Camel Scouts in Feudal Age now are also, again, annoying.
Salve.
Anyway, third TC coming in for Hart, though, so still trying to grow his eco, and he is slightly ahead in resources. Bosaw now in for each player. But really it's just a bunch of dancing back and forth with archery range units, although Hart getting a couple kills there. Monastery coming in for Sebastian, I guess just to heal up the injured crossbowman. But the third TC is going to be a nice boon here for Hart, who is also expanding away from his opponent, who doesn't really have a very mobile army whatsoever, so that's going to be good for him too, and that should be a kill. I think it is. I'm wrong, clearly. It is a kill. It just took a little bit longer, guys. Come on. Yeah, I find the Dark Age start. It seems. It just feels like a kind of roundabout way of getting a Dark Age. Again, just like more food in Dark Age, but it's inoffensive. Of all the things to complain about with Gujaras, that one's very low on the list. First inductee, Viper. Unless you're talking about, like, the first player chronologically, in which case that would be Grunt. But in terms of overall success, Viper, then Hera, then no doubt.
Salve.
Anyway, some more eco upgrades coming in here for Sebastian. Still only on, well, I guess he's on the third TC now, but he is behind in villagers relative to his opponent. And Wheelbarrow was also in much faster for Hart. So, yeah, that's like, it's hilariously slow. Anyway, just a 1-for-1 Mangonel trade there. 97.1 inducted. That would be pretty funny. Ooh. Oh, that is a fine hit right there. You want out, Mr. Dog? Oh, man. I was trying to make sure Dash didn't go in and annoy the people working on my parents' bathroom, and he just lies down in the middle of the loft. Anyway, just, again, some more mangonelling back and forth. The moral of this story is that Hart is getting further ahead in terms of resources. Romans, Cumans, Bohemians, Poles, and Gujaras? Yeah, that sounds reasonable to me. Bulgarians feel like an AoE 2 civ, they're just underpowered, and Sicilians are getting there in terms of feeling like an AoE 2 civ. Like, Dawn of the Dukes had great campaigns, but both Poles and Bohemians are really problematic. Burgundians are also kind of up there, but slightly less offensive. Good trades for Sebastian. I mean, his eco isn't quite as good, but the trades are. Also, Armackle, thank you so much for the sub with Twitch Prime. Welcome to the Wolf Pack. Now enjoy the beauty, glory, or majesty of Ornlu, a wolf and friends. All right, honestly, Sebastian's just taking super good engagements right now. What civs feel the least like AoE 2 civs, I think? Or most problematic? So the 3K civs, plus Romans, Cumans, Bohemians, Poles, Gujaras, and then Burgundians, but I don't think they're quite as bad. Well, I mean, the moral of this game is that Sebastian's still going to be nicely ahead in Res Destroyed, and he is. They're just boring? Yes. Romans feel much closer to an AoE 2 civ than all of the other ones, but it's just, like, the most boring civ possible. Imp is on the way for Heart, but he needs to make some sort of transition. I mean, Sebastian does as well. For instance, Roman's here. Sebastian has literally used 0 civ bonuses other than his better eco. Anyway, Manganel doesn't even get the kill there. Like Georgian churches? I don't know. He can't not use exactly. Squirt discount. That's it. All right, defensive castle coming in. But again, like, what are you gonna do in Imp is hard? There's not really anything going in. He could go Shrivamshas, but he has no upgrades for them. And he's only a minute off from Imp, so you don't really have time to both make use of an Imperial Age timing advantage and also, you know, get a good army out. Texan conscription? It would be very imbalanced if Krepos could produce trebuchets. I think other than that, they should be, and petards I think as well. I think they should be able to do literally everything else a castle does, though. Oh. Good kill there. But again, it's like, how much does it really matter if mangonels are just attacking each other and they vaguely trade back and forth? It's all about what army compositions you develop. You can see Kshatriya's on the way. Going to be super good in the late game here for Heart. Castle coming in. He's going to make a switch over into Halbs. I mean, yes, Roman Halbs are technically better than generic Halbs in late game by 1 melee armor. It's just not, like, the most exciting thing in the world, especially because Teuton Halbs have 2 extra melee armor. Still, Heavy Plow also coming in. Conscription. Art is trying to set himself up for late game, but I'm not too sure what he wants to go for other than Bombard Cannons, which are going to be very good for sure. What could possibly go wrong? Oh, yeah. Anyway, looks like it's just gunpowder here from Heart. Roman's not really known for their amazing late game if you're not able to just bulldoze your opponent with a huge eco lead. And Sebastian doesn't even have an eco lead right now, so just heavily favor Heart. Except, like, the one thing that's really just been going Sebastian's way all game is the Mangonel War. Why is Heart making candles? Next question. Why isn't Heart making Shrivamsha Riders? Feels like Bombard Cannons, Hand Cannoneers, Shrivamsha Riders are the 3 main units you want to go for. They all cost gold, though, and you don't really have the best gold income in the world, so you do have to be careful. And just sniping a monk there. Yeah. Oh, he's after my dad. All right. Well, sieging has begun. Scorpion numbers are climbing, and to be fair, Heart also isn't really doing all that much that is good with his Civ. Heavy Scorpions are coming in. I mean, those skirms aren't really doing all that much. The halbs are going to try and go after the trebuchets. They are still missing blast furnace right now. Coming after your laptop? Yeah, that'll happen. Sebastian is going to be able to repair his castle for a while. Siege Engineers is going to be a big one, but he's lost almost all of his heavy scorpions at this stage. Crop rotation even coming in for Hart. Well, that Treb goes down. And of course, the Scorpions are going to struggle to deal with the Bombard Cannons unless there's just so many Scorpions that you can survive a Bombard Cannon volley in the first place, which is kind of hard to do. Like I said, if you're playing Romans late game and you don't have a huge eco advantage to just patrol in with Cavalier, Light Cav, and Halberdiers, you're probably just very sad overall. Anyway, Castle will die to the next volley. I think. I mean, 15,000 HP on that castle was taken, but yeah, it does go down. You're out of castles right now with Sebastian. You do not have the resources for another one. Yes, you are going to start spamming your units, but it feels like if you're not doing that from a position of being ahead, Romans are just going to be extremely, extremely sad. Ballistics is also very late, but I guess better late than never. Camels, I guess. I mean, your opponent is going for light cabs, and the camels are going to be an excellent anti-raid unit, especially. Like, if your opponent's trying to raid you with light cab, the camels are a super good counter to that. Anyway, the barracks infrastructure is now going to be under heavy threat. You do need to come forward with these trebuchets. I'm going to be going after that monastery there. It is 3 relics to 0 in favor of Hart at... sorry, in favor of Sebastian at the moment. I don't know how I'm mixing up these players. It's going to get at least 1 save for now. No +4 defense on the skirmishers, by the way, for Hart, remember. I mean, that's a lot of halbs. Camels are here, but they still miss all blacksmith upgrades at the moment. So they're just not, there aren't enough of them, and they aren't going to be able to stay alive long enough, and this is going to be a much better fight for Sebastian, as Hart's just running out of units. Again, Hart isn't really making anything all that good. Oh my goodness, that's such a good trade here for Sebastian, guys. Yes, I've been casting the games at a more EU/America's friendly time all week. Or every day so far for the tournament. Needs trebs? I mean, Sebastian doesn't have a castle. He can't make trebs. He spent all of his stone repairing that castle earlier. Meanwhile, castle number 4 coming in here from Hart. Oh, my bad. He does have a castle at the top. Well, he doesn't have any gold then. ACCM set? Yep, but I'm casting the super long game on ×8 speed because I'm not going to sit here all day and do that. Yeah, the faster attacking Scorpions is such a boring bonus. Like, it's literally already a Celt bonus. Long game? I think 4.5 hours game time. It's definitely the longest tournament game in an S-tier tournament in recent memory. And not by a small margin. Anyway, both players are at max pop. Hart's slowly getting there with his camel upgrades. Yeah, I don't think it's possible to have a 4.5 hour game that isn't a wood game. Eye appointment? My eyes are terrible in the sense that I'm super nearsighted, but they're at least healthy otherwise. Although I had a bad headache yesterday because I get pretty light sensitive with my eyes dilated. Anyway, Lightcap now coming in here for Heart. Oh, trying to escape with another relic. And Sebastian really is trying to push the south as well, so trying to spread out his opponent as much as possible, but again, if you're playing Romans without an eco advantage in late game, it's very tough against most civs. It's not even like your Jaras are like the #1 post-imp civ themselves, and yet this is still very, very tough for Sebastian to do anything about. Or, no, not in the near future. He's got more gold there, he's got more gold there. If he can secure this area to the south, he's got more gold there. And yeah, basically all you can do is Halb Scorpion right now with some sort of light cap support, and it's just not going to be all that good. You don't even have Ballistas researched, I think. And you do not, or Committed Tenses. And at the very least, Heart does steal 1 relic. I don't know where the last one is. There's 3 in that monastery. There's 1 there. There should be one other one on the map somewhere. Only misses minus. I am minus 8.5. Now, the good news is that I don't have dry eyes at all. So I just wear contacts all day, so it's not, like, really an issue. But, yeah, there's GG called. Yeah, like, my eyesight is awful. And I'm colorblind on top of it. But again, at least I don't have dry eyes whatsoever. Anyway, that game felt somewhat inevitable. Romans don't like dealing with gunpowder. Heart made a good push across the middle, and if you're playing, again, against Romans with an eco advantage in late game, it's really tough for Romans to do anything about. And you can see more of every resource collected except stone there. Yes, well, technically it was this morning, my time. Alrighty, so the series is all tied up at 1-1. And game 3 will be on Khmer. So we could be seeing our first Viking sighting, and indeed we do. No, I have not casted Hera ACCM yet. Anyway, give me a moment, guys, and then we will go over to Khmer. Alrighty. So, Feudal Age is on the way. Dravidians versus Vikings. Dravidians are going to be more aggressive than Vikings are. The thing is, this still feels like a fire galley map for the most part. So we'll have to see here. Now, both players are opening men-at-arms, but the thing is, if you open men-at-arms, you want to go fire galleys behind it, because galleys galleys are only good in mass. They're not going to be good in low numbers against low numbers of fire galleys, especially if you also have to micro on multiple fronts at once. That said, both players are getting double bit axe and the men-at-arm upgrade. Sebastian seems like he has some good walls here. And what we saw Sebastian actually do yesterday is just skip the mining camp entirely. Go for the gold. The oysters, as that will give you enough gold income early on. Well done right there. This was the one game he took against Leary. Was on Komir. And now it's going to be, I think, very difficult to keep your fishing ships alive. With FF? What do you mean? Oh, he doesn't like that Vikings are getting fire ships? I don't... Vikings are not getting fast fire ships at all. They're only getting Castle Age fire ships. Vikings with fast fires would be ridiculous. No, they just have Castle Age fires. What do you mean? Yeah, Vikings hit fire ships so that they aren't literally useless on hybrid maps. On fire ships? Does he like Vikings being literally useless on hybrid maps? I sure don't. And Vikings would need to lose the demo ship line anyway because they have longboats. Like, just did T90 look at the UI? It literally doesn't work if they have demo ships now. Anyway, 5 fishing ships to 2 in favor of the Dravidians player. This feels already very good for Sebastian. We do have a range in for Hart. That is 2 archers. But they are still defensive and not offensive. Changing Chinese. If there was a way for Vikings to be playable on hybrid maps without having fire ships, I think that would be nice. But again, why can you see Italians and Japanese and Dravidians on all these tournament maps, and then you see Vikings like once in a blue moon? It's because, again, they're just awful in worlds where you need fire ships. That's gonna be some good kills there for Hart. Massive brain freeze? I don't know. I don't usually watch other people's balance change reactions. A Twitter spat? I'm not on Twitter. Not anymore. I was on Twitter for like a few months. And yes, I was like the first person to do a video on the water rework. Oh my god. Okay, this is something at least. Hart is also closer to Castle Age than is Sebastian. But he's lost all of his fishing ships. And again, there is no real way to win water in this situation. The wording of the water upgrades? Oh. Did he not look at it beforehand? I at least try and skim through any post I'm with like any changes before I make a video on it. Harrod out balance stream? What does that mean? Him through? Oh. Then maybe he did just missed the part where it just renames all the wording changes. Matching and disagreeing takes? I guess that could be fun. The thing is, most of us all see it ahead of time anyway. Not the water changes, though. Nobody had any real insight, I think, as to what the water changes would look like. Anyway, Castle Age is still going to be in faster here for Hart, but can he use it to actually take back water control with longboats? Possibly. Next game? Yes, well, I'll balance it so that when I'm playing Franks versus Britons, I'm changing Franks so they actually have plus 120% HP on their cavalry, and Britons actually get negative range for their archers. To explore a pub? I don't know how much interest there'd be in that. I think it would only make sense if it was, like, among the most popular people. Because the thing is, if I did it, if Viper and I discussed the balance together, people would just say, Viper is the top player. I'm clearly not. So Viper clearly just has the right takes and I have the wrong takes. That's unfortunately how it would go. Alright, punching coming in, and the longboats are certainly doing their job. Meanwhile, Sebastian trying to switch over into the war galleys, but this is where, again, that faster timing is so huge. Also, the faster train speed for longboats is exceptionally helpful. That said, Sebastian is still ahead in resources, although not that far ahead in terms of overall resources collected. Notably as well, Hart not expanding to the outer islands. But he's doing what he can with the longboats. Yeah, the dragon ship, you don't get the last speed upgrade, but you essentially get it for free. So I think the dragon ship should probably be exactly the same as a fully upgraded. Is it the same as a fully upgraded fast fire ship? I don't know. I didn't really look into it that closely yet, to be honest. There are too many things to look through. No ballistics in for either. But remember, longboats are faster. And Hart's doing a great job here, guys. Fighting his way back on water. They're even? Well, I mean, there's 17 longboats to 12 war galleys, so yes, there are. Few longboats running around to the side. But I do think it is indeed a big mistake from Hart not to expand to the outer island sooner. He's running out of wood on his starting island. Big demos? I mean, there's one right there. Just glancing hit. Okay, there's a transport ship coming in, but remember, Sebastian is diversifying his eco faster. Although Hart is, again, doing a very good job with his longboats. Oh! Wait a minute! Oh! Oh! I still think you're probably fine as Hart. Although that didn't look good. Also, the red Vikings hit harder, man. Vikings are just a red civ. There's no way around it. And those vills are getting harassed too. Ballistics is coming in for Sebastian, but he just can't keep up in the naval numbers. Again, longboats train faster than war galleys. So as long as you can continue production of them, which you can because Hart's actually ahead in resources right now, the better it is going to be for you. And now at least he is going to be switching over his wood income. There's still too many villagers on that wood line. Sebastian has 0 vills on food right now. All of his farms are fallow. Another nice kill there. And Hart playing quite well. Oh, more longboats coming in on this side.
Sorry.
Yeah, no ballistics there is big in at least having some of those vills alive. And again, the fact that Hart has at least something of a food income means that he can continue producing villagers, whereas Sebastian's having a much more difficult time of doing that. $11 war galleys to 22 longboats at the moment. Again, ballistics is big, but with the speed advantage that longboats have, it's going to be a bit easier to maneuver in and out of those engagements. For instance, if it was the other way around, the longboats could force fights way better than the war galleys can. So, again, another advantage there of the longboats. Still, Sebastian trying to fight his way back, but without any food income, it just feels like he's on such a timer, as Hart's now just getting further and further ahead in resources. He's actually taking the hunt here first, interestingly. I guess he might try and get careening next? Maybe? Curious as to what he's going to be spending the food on. He's not adding in an extra TC. He doesn't have any stone income. He doesn't have any other upgrades to get except careening, unless he's thinking of Imperial Age, but that feels like a bit of a pipe dream at the moment. And if anything, he just needs wood and gold to get 1 more warships and 2 ballistics. Still, again, Hart doing everything he can to take efficient fights. He is ahead in resources destroyed still, but ballistics is going to be doing a lot of work to keep Sebastian afloat. You can see 5 docks here for blue. Red is only on the 3. Oh, the dancing! The dancing! It's so annoying, but it works! Good fight there. There's the university coming in. More villagers being ferried over here. Just in the nick of time here for Hart, but the couple of war galleys on the other side are going to start to harass those villagers. And again, Sebastian's trying to keep himself in this one. Honestly, it's been a very competitive series so far, at the very least. Market also is a nice snipe here for Sebastian if he can get away with it. But you gotta be careful, because war galleys will take down docks without masonry very fast. Also, guys, if Sebastian sails his navy through this channel, I guess, does that mean he is sailing through Warg Alley? I think it is. And, okay, so Hart was thinking of Imperial Age. Okay, that's what I was wondering. I thought it would be way too greedy. I still think it's too greedy, but let's see, guys. If anything, longboats are better at avoiding fights than war galleys are. Interesting. Transport ship's gonna get sniped at this rate. Docks are in jeopardy, but you can still try and sneak up more on the side, but without any stone, you can't get like a castle down to help protect them. Also, it looks like blue got housed for a moment. Villager kill is still in favor of Hart, but Sebastian doing his best to catch back up. And there's actually a watchtower there to help protect the vills, but the gold's almost done anyway. Still have at least that gold mine there. You're banishing to the Shadow Realm again? Man, why do I always have to be banished to the Shadow Realm, man? Still, you can build docks faster than Sebastian can destroy them. And you even have the dock discount. It's all the resources saved. And Ballistics is also coming in here for Hart, guys. TC to the south is going to be big. Again, you need to secure wood income, especially without a transport ship to ferry the vills over. T-port there is queued up as well. Yes, the army value beat is significant, but this is what I was talking about. Longboats can avoid taking bad fights much, much better than war galleys can. Interesting game, though, for sure. Like, this is an actual legit water game that isn't just an immediate snowball. Longboats transport troops because they thought it was too weird and gimmicky and buggy. That was their plan originally with longboats, but it was, they said it was too weird. Like, it didn't play well. In the Shadow Realm, yeah. Good kills there. I mean, again, Hart is just taking every good fight he possibly can, even though the overall KD is similar. And Bracer's in, so he has the range advantage now on the war galleys. And Ballistics, of course, means that all your shots are hitting, or at least most of your shots are hitting. And, like, how do you even chase down these faster units? You don't do it easily, that's for sure, although those kills are really running out of stuff to chop through. And you know what, guys? Is this a realistic win condition? Is you can't completely get rid of your opponent's wood income, but you can maybe hurt it enough? Trying to corner Hart as well as Sebastian. It's interesting at the very least. A huge wave of reinforcements is coming in. Honestly? Could this work here for Sebastian? Definitely the most competitive of the series we've seen today. And I like watching that. Again, if Hart loses this series, he is donezo's in the tournament. I'm fairly confident there's no way for him to advance in top 4 if he has 3 losses. But if he does win, he'll get very good Buchert score, so he'll do well in tiebreakers. Not be better. I still think that's probably the best way to micro that if you're Hart. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think that's probably the best way to go about it. But guys, Hart is running out of ships. Look at his production. It's simply not as good. There are 39 vills on wood, more wood being taken there on the sides. And Sebastian going over to the side of the water early on might be a huge advantage. And remember, the docks also being destroyed is a big issue. That said, Hart still has, you know, all these vills on wood. But those vills are idle. Romful with the 25 months. Thank you so much, Market, coming in. Obviously, that is later than you would like.
Look, Ma, I'm on TV.
Yeah, idle TC time heavily in favor of Hart as well. But this is huge. If he can get the 20 villagers in there over to the southern island, that's going to keep him afloat in the naval production for a good long while. And there's chemistry coming in. That's going to be a big help. And that might be the exact sort of thing that Hart needs. But look at this sandwich here, guys. All right. I mean, you get some ships there, but not all of them. Cooked who's cooked? All those war galleys are finding value. It's still 25 army to 9. 4 docks are on the way. This is a good one. Both players playing their hearts out. More vills killed, but the overall villagers killed in this game is actually still relatively low. Sebastian buying wood. I mean, he's got a lot of gold in the bank and not a lot of wood, but he has got 15 war galleys on the way. He even doesn't show on the cast. Well, it should show up on the cast. I don't know. Sometimes Streamlabs likes to not work with sub messages. A couple of galleys. I think that's just a misclick. You don't even have the war galley upgrade. No way you're getting into galleon if it is more cost efficient in the long run. Second TC is being built to the north of the map. We'll have to see who expands over to the east and west of the map as well. Oh, gonna try and rush up the tower. It's at 66%. But more vills could be lost here. See if Sebastian's paying attention. He is not. So take it. No heated shot in. Both of these civs do have heated shot for what it's worth. I mean, I think both players need to start thinking about going over to the final islands, at least the final big islands, because wood income is going to be very hard to find. You should have a bit more left here to the north than you do to the south, and I mean, it's probably pretty close, honestly. But there are fights happening here. Like, literally, there's been a navy parked here the entire time. Able to mass up his own warships here as well. Also, the one galley actually slows down the control group of units. It's actually really annoying because, you know, the Navy will only sail as fast as its slowest unit. So you're slowing yourself down by using the galley there. Still, nobody going to the east or west just yet. Towers are in, like, kind of an okay spot, but because both players have such terrible food income, like, they can't really get any more of the upgrades they desperately need. More docks on the way. But still, 44 war galleys to 18 longboats. I mean, again, Bracer and Chemistry are in, but is that enough to overcome such a substantial numbers difference? Especially when the micro has been as good as it's been for Sebastian. But, like, beyond the micro, it's just, like, good positioning. Making sure that it's not like you have one blob of war galleys against one blob of longboats, rather, that just micro around back and forth. You're trying to outflank your opponent as best you can because this map is just chock full of narrow waterways. Oh boy. War Galley just now coming in for Hart. He does want to switch into the more efficient unit in the long run, which is the Galleon. Remember that longboats are pop efficient, but not cost efficient in the late game, which I think is a perfectly fine dynamic. If you have tons of resources in like a team game with trade, you still want a gajillion longboats, but if you're in like a 1v1 with gold being a finite resource and wood being a very finite resource, you want galleons. You think Hart has it now? He is massing up his longboats. I don't know, guys. Whenever he wants to, Sebastian can bleed out to the side, and Sebastian can also click up to Imp right now. Once he gets a building. He needs to rush up that siege workshop, I suppose, but... Is it a comeback? I don't even know. It's a good game. Yeah, Hart has a ton more resources collected, but the resources destroyed is way ahead for Sebastian. I mean, Sebastian can literally click up right now. Right this very nanosecond. But he's obviously trying to micro on a bunch of different fronts all at once. Come on, Sebastian! Click up, dude! Careening. Cool. Dude, clicked him! Oh my goodness, God. There we go. Imp is on the way. And will we see... Okay, yeah, some bills are going from the northern island. They need to go over to either the western or eastern island. Sebastian also still 0 stone income, by the way. Looking to take all of that on his mainland. Keep making Navy? I do agree. I think that gathering all that extra food, not focusing on the Navy. Like, gathering the extra food insofar as you can just keep producing villagers, I think is totally fine. It, you know, a bit of a disadvantage in the short run, advantage in the medium to long run. I think trying to rush up to Imperial Age was a mistake. Although it's still a very, very close game. And this just goes to show water games can be fun. Thirasadai? I mean, to be fair, Vikings hate dealing with Thirasadai. Vikings and Portuguese are like the only civs that Thirasadai are good against. Anyway, castle's being attempted right there. Aren't there 2 more sets after this that I need to cast? Because this is the first series of the day, and I casted the last 2 series. Whoa! Hold up there, buckaroo. That's Townwatch. That's not him. Imp is in the safe TC. Okay, we like that. And look at this, guys. Sebastian has expanded to the west. The island isn't empty, though. There's a bunch of ills over here. And you can start taking the stone. Oh, look at that. Now getting some more value. Imp is in, but you don't really have that many resources. And look at this, guys. Hart is taking this opportunity to catch back up in the Navy numbers. There's Galleon coming in, but no Bracer. No chemistry. At least not yet. Look at this. Wood is basically out here to the north. To the south, there's like a little bit more. But it's still going to be a big issue here in the long run. Looks like we have our red player, Hart, also trying to expand to the west. But the thing is, there's going to be a TC here. Oh, Sebastian's numbers are really starting to fall. I mean, the Galleons have even careening, plus all the attack upgrades. Uh-oh. Guys, Sebastian, I think he might be out of steam. I mean, he hit Imp, but he doesn't have any resources. I'm sure the food price is extremely expensive. Just random tower rush incoming. I mean, you need to buy some time right now as Sebastian, but again, the villager numbers are simply so heavily in favor of Hart right now, so that as long as he has access to wood, he should be fine. The Navy numbers are still better for Sebastian, though. Poor people, I guess. Yeah. Still, again, you just don't have the food income to research your important Imperial attacks, and that castle would be huge. That tower isn't going to work at all. Like, it literally has 0 chance of working unless for some reason Hart doesn't actually try and build with all of his villagers. More and more ships coming in for Vikings, and remember, that discount is huge over the course of the game. On top of having more resources in the first place. No way. The Navy's coming in, though! Did Hart screw up by not sending all the vills and misclicking on a tree? Wait, why aren't you garrisoning? Oh my goodness. Okay, all those ships get cleaned up. Hart now has a big population lead. Oh no. Oh my goodness, if Hart literally had just, like, actually clicked on the castle. I mean, it really was all the Navy. That tower didn't do anything. I mean, guys, Red is literally about to run out of wood. He has 3 transport ships. Okay, so if he sails everybody to the eastern island and is able to start mass chopping wood, then I think he's fine. Yeah. I'm, like, kind of sure he's fine. Northern island completely out of wood. Well, almost completely out. I think Hart still has this. Yeah, I think there shouldn't be a way to prevent Red from gathering here whatsoever, unless you can get, like, a TC in. Maybe that can be enough. Both players dropping vills here at the same time. I don't think there's a way you can deny the wood income completely, and that's literally your only win condition at this point as Sebastian, is you're just running out of steam. Yeah, I mean, as, you know, sad as that Doubt Castle is, it might actually not matter. Because again, you're getting the now 20% discount on all your ships, and just look at this difference in resources collected here. You can see that, I mean, it's starting to plummet right now for Hart, which, again, this would be the one-win condition, I think, left for Sebastian. But, I mean, look at this, guys. All those resources are coming in, and there's nothing you can do to stop that as Sebastian. You still don't have Bracer or Chemistry or even Careening here as Sebastian. And I think, guys, this is going to be it. There's a TC coming here to the east. And I'm just not really seeing it at this point here for Sebastian, who even loses his market there again. Very, very good game, though. Speed this up a little bit. As, I mean, Blue's going to be almost out of resources very, very soon. Castle there is not something you can stop as Sebastian. The ship numbers are basically even. I mean, could you have Ruthira Sadai and that would be enough? I don't think so. Anyway, Hearts can take a very good fight here. I mean, yeah, Dravidians do get shipwright and Vikings don't, but you just, without any food income, there's no way to afford it. Sebastian never had a good bill count. Remember, Sebastian barely had any food income all game long. His main advantage is just he had a little larger navy. I mean, Chemistry obviously coming in way too late. GG, well played, says Sebastian. He made... I mean, they made almost the exact same number of warships, and yet Hart able to just outlast his opponent with the better eco, with the discount. That 4,000 extra food and 2,000 extra stone was huge as well. But, I mean, that was a huge difference in imp timing. That was a great game, though. Really, really well done on both sides, but eventually Hart able to hang on just long enough. And he is one game away from keeping his tournament hopes alive. And looks like Fish and Fish will be the next map. All right, guys, here we are, game number 4. Hart putting himself up at 2-1. Sebastian will not be out of the tournament if he loses this, but it will certainly be quite bad for him. So, Armenians versus Sicilians. First Sicilian sighting of the tournament. Let's see how they are going to perform. This is a map that they are quite good on. The donjons to take control of the fish here. Sergeants are going to be very good. Nah, I doubt it's the U-pudding thing. I think the U-pudding rush these days is probably just not very good. You still play aggressively with donjons and sergeants, but the thing is the Sicilians are a much, much, much more well-rounded civ than they used to be. Now they take 40% less bonus damage instead of 33% less, so actually your knights are performing even better now versus pikes and camels. Your eco is quite solid. You have even the faster building fortifications. Sergeants are more viable. They're still not, like, that great of a civ most of the time, but they are at least viable. And are certainly powerful in situations where donjons themselves are very good. Like here. Anyway, uptime is certainly going to be faster here for Sebastian. I do think it's interesting that Hart, going for the middle, saying, you know what, Sebastian, I am going to challenge you. I'm challenging your sergeants to single combat with my Armenian infantry. But he's not making... Oh, he's not making sergeants at all. Huh? Oh, what? Then he just queues up a bunch all at once. Not really the biggest fan of that. And now, of course, Men-at-Arm upgrade coming in immediately here for Hart upon reaching the Feudal Age. Double Bit-Axe as well. That's not something Sebastian was able to grab with his quick uptime. With Aragonese? Not really. Sicilians represent all of the kingdoms of southern Italy, and also the Normans. That's basically their design basis. I mean, eventually the Spanish would take over Sicily and rule it for a long time, but that was really more at the very end of the AoE 2 time frame. Anyway, range coming in now as well here for Hart. Got a skirmisher out. Archer is on its way for Sebastian. Res collected are in favor of Hart, though. He had the later uptime. It's just less all-in, and he got double pit axe faster, although Sebastian did get that upgrade eventually. Bit of a scuffle here, though, and that's going to be a dead bill. Good blocking. And there's Longswordsman, guys, and I mean, I guess I haven't actually seen it, but I'm, like, very, very sure that Longswordsman should crush the Sergeants. Oh, you are investing a lot of resources into it, for sure. I mean, yeah, Longswordsmen are going to have 10 more HP, they're going to have 4 more attack, and only 1 less melee armor. I mean, yeah, like, in Castle Age, I think you're doing just fine. For Sergeants versus Longswordsmen. But Feudal Age Sergeants, yeah, that shouldn't even be close. Anyway, Longswordsmen are here. Stonewall's even coming in, just knowing it's really difficult to repair against Longswordsmen. Alrighty. Idle time is similar, and both players have no actual fishing ship. Oh, wait, the units came in. So that's a villager killed now for Hart, so that's evened up. And he gets 1 more build, too, thanks to the scout blocking. So, now slightly ahead in the villager kills here is our red player. Armenians also have their own better version of double pit axe, so their eco is better at this point. Faster building fortifications, though, is actually really nice, though, for Sicilians. Their palisades and stone walls also just go up super fast. Well, Naples? I mean, you could say that it represents the Aragonese in Naples, but how much of Aragonese culture really was there in southern Italy? Well, again, Sicilians basically represent the kingdoms of southern Italy. It's not just the Kingdom of Sicily. Again, it's kind of a stand-in. I mean, it's certainly, like, I think pretty close, but that's how I would look at it personally. Yeah, I mean, Sicilians are pretty specifically Christians. I think it would be kind of cool if Sicilians got camels as opposed to, like, no heavy camels. It showed, like, the early Muslim influence in Sicily. They do a good job of representing that in the Altviews campaign, but less good with the actual Civ itself. Castle Age camels with less bonus damage could be a cool option. Not that camels are native to Sicily, but, you know. Again, just sort of a shout out to the Islamic rule. Oop. Omanni. Alright, Longswordsmen and Skirmishers are here. It is a very strong combination, if not a little slow. You can also see Hart is closer to the Castle Age. Lasted for centuries? Well, I mean, I know it lasted for centuries, but wasn't that more the AoE 3 time frame than the AoE 2 time frame? Yep. I mean, I know that for centuries in southern Italy, because it had much more of that, you know, kingdom, feudal system that wasn't as reliant on cities and trade, that's like one of the large reasons that Southern Italy developed in a very different way and ended up being much poorer than Northern Italy, which industrialized way sooner. And also we're much closer to trade with the richer parts of Europe in the first place. And also had significantly more fertile farmland. I mean, Northern Italy had a bunch of advantages over Southern Italy. Every AoE 2 civ's actually Italians. Always has been. Mayans, believe it or not, Italians. Alright, Sebastian's gonna click up, but he's still gonna be a minute slower than Hart. They'll like his position a lot more. Also Franks, I mean every civ is Franks, right? Where all it came from? Don't we think humans originated in modern day Kenya? Anyway, minute faster to Castle Age's Heart. Let's see what he's gonna be doing. Okay, so it's gonna be double stable knight. Which touches Ethiopia, but the two countries have like nothing to do with each other. Alright. Knights are on their way. No more sergeants out for Sebastian. And if you're playing Sicilians just as like a generic civilization, I mean, it's not like your knights are bad. And donjons can still be a nice tool to try and take map control. The issue is that Armenians are going to have a much better eco, and they have better monks. So that's kind of a tricky situation. Knights are on the way, but obviously your production is just slower as Sebastian, and Hart's already got his fortified church down, which is also going to give him a relic. And with that's very true. Nothing to do with each other. Well, to be fair, they have a lot of modern interaction. They just don't like each other very much. Like, for the most part, Ethiopia is highlands, and Kenya is going to be lowlands. Completely different people groups live there. I mean, both are multi-ethnic, right? But completely different sets of people groups. Happening on screen? Well, that's what I do most of the time. Only highlight? Yes, exactly. Second TC's coming in here for Hart. In and out groups? Yeah, that's me. Alright, a little bit of raiding coming in. But again, Hart, he's on the second TC faster. He's getting a better economy. The knight production is basically the same, but I mean, I guess the monk numbers are still pretty low for Hart. 3 relics is nice, though. No Armenian bowsaw yet. And we have Sicilian horse collar. Oh, man. There's some Sicilian Spanish Teutons? Yeah, that all checks out. Wait, how are Bulgarians Italian? When were the Bulgarians in Italy? Did the Bulgarian Empire get over the Adriatic? Is least likely to eat frogs? One of the Hindu-dominated civilizations, so Gujaras or Dravidians. Byzantines? I don't know. That don't exist, what? Up. Again, it feels still better for Hart in the long run. Upgrades are identical between the two players. You still have a little bit of fish here in the middle of the map as well. It's 2 TCs to 1. I really struggle to see an area in which Hart actually is at a disadvantage in this game. Knight numbers are identical, the monk numbers are identical. You do have a couple of scouts, which could be nice in helping to snipe monks, and that's actually exactly what's going to happen right there. Another monk is going to pop out, but it can just jump right back into the monastery. I mean, Sebastian is slightly ahead in villagers killed, but again, I mean, the second TC goes up super fast. It's a nice bonus that the Sicilians have. And you can see Sebastian's farming like he just don't care, and he actually has more vills on food as well. The scores are very even. I mean, honestly, again, this has just been a very close, well-fought series. What? Identity? I mean, they're definitely the more aggressive brethren of the Slavs, for sure. I mean, the Bulgarians' issue is much more a balanced one than a design one. Well, in theory, knight production should be a bit better for Sebastian, who's even slightly ahead in resources. He's getting another villager kill here and there. I mean, it's like these small bonuses here and there, and they are actually starting to add up, as Hart's eco is just a little bit less efficient than he would like it to be. Like, idling the villagers right there, and again, it's just like these little advantages that are going to be adding up over time here for Sebastian. +2 defense and sanctity both on the way. It's a conversion. Is that enough, though? 12 knights to 14. It should be. And you can try and go for your own conversions. The fortified church actually snags a monk as well. But look at all these idols here for Hart. So many idols. I mean, some of them are forward, some of the idols are in the TC, and I mean, Sebastian, again, he's forcing these little mistakes from Hart. Is it enough, though? 13 knights to 13, but the production's better for Sebastian, who, again, simply has a more efficient eco, and now the economies, which was, if anything, slightly Hart-favored for a while. Like, look at this. This actually could be the moment where Sebastian gets a big advantage. That said, Hart is about ready to drop a castle. Also, Sebastian now actually has the 1 extra armor upgrade, which is nifty. Third stable coming in for him. But yeah, castle coming in, and maybe a few composite bowmen to support the knights could be a very nice combo. Sanctity coming in for Hart. Knights again going to look to launch a counterattack. Got wheelbarrow coming in now for Sebastian. Got that third stable. 2 relics actually now for each player. There's 1 relic over there and 1 relic over there that are the last 2. Others, it actually does. Somehow. Not too sure how, honestly. That's why, like, both players can look like they're booming, but if one guy has better eco upgrades, it'll show here that they have the better worker efficiency. Again, no idea how that works. Anyway, castle is on its way, of course. Devotion going to be in for Sebastian, though. Wheelbarrow as well. Sebastian, though, only on the 2 TCs. We're actually going to having a 4th TC coming in, but now the Knight raid is happening. Those vills are being harassed. This is where you do wish you had forging to kill the villagers in 1 fewer hit. Yeah, something like that, I'm sure. Comp bowmen are coming out. Again, Hart still has a slight villager lead, but the eco efficiency is still a huge difference maker between the 2 players. Another fortified church coming up in the back here to, I'm sure, just be a space you can garrison the villagers. I don't know, guys. Whose position do you like more? Sebastian's still ahead here in resources, but Hart, in theory, should be better set up in the long run. Especially because he's almost ready for castle number 2 and can probably leapfrog that one forward a little bit. And yet it feels like Sebastian's making all the right moves he can. Remember, he was just in a bad spot economically. He was behind in villagers, behind in TCs, and the civ that had a worse economy than Armenians. But it was just all about the efficiency with his cavalry units. "26 knights to 16. Composite bowmen don't wreck cav. I mean, with you do 6 damage versus what? It's 7 minus 4, so 3. So you do double the damage composite bowman versus crossbowmen, but you also don't have thumb ring for the composite bowman, and they have less range. I mean, like, you're better against knights than crossbowmen. I mean, you do, again, twice as much damage. But it's not like, yeah. It's not like a Genoese crossbowman, for instance. You just have to keep in mind the slower reload time, again, relative to something with thumb ring, and the lower range. Still, knight plus composite bowman should be much better than pure knight, in general. Especially if you're hanging around your castles. Yeah, Genoese crossbowmen are the much, much harder counter to heavy cavalry. Wait, hold on, guys. Look at this. Sebastian. I mean, he's ahead in eco, not like ludicrously ahead. And you can see that Hart is getting his own economy back on track. But because Sebastian wasn't mining any stone this game, it will likely yield him a faster Imperial Age time. The TC coming up quickly might save some bills, but this is a nice counterattack. But on the other side, something similar is happening. You also don't have Bodkin in for the composite bowman, which is huge. A faster building TC could easily save those bills right there. There's Bodkin coming in as well. No Imperial Age, so you just queue up a bunch more knights here as Sebastian, even getting the forging upgrade. Is this going to be good enough? Because these knights feel like they can be cleaned up by some reinforcements eventually, especially with some monk support. Whereas this feels like it's a much more difficult situation to clean up, although the composite bowmen are going to have both Bodkin and ballistics in a moment. Forging is going to be nice, and like I said, eventually this gets cleaned up. I feel like this is going to have a much, much harder time getting cleaned up. We are at 33 knights right now for the Sicilians player. Also, he does have devotion. I don't think Hart does. No, he does not. Whereas Sebastian very much has devotion. 5 TCs as well for our blue player. He's gotten there eventually. Second castle has to be placed defensively. That's probably not what Hart was looking for, although gold is actually basically out right now for Sebastian, as that gold mine was denied. This gold just isn't being taken yet. And yeah, I think that part of the issue right now for Hart is that the gold is just really... Or sorry, the issue for Sebastian is that the gold is running low. The issue for Hart is that he just couldn't deal with his opponent's army that effectively, but now, again, the composite bowman with ballistics, with monks being able to jump into all these different buildings, it is just a good mid-game defensive civ as the Armenians. Really, really good game, though, for sure. Villager numbers are still pretty even. Eco upgrades aren't really that great for either player, to be honest. And Sebastian needs to keep himself aggressive. Gonna get some more value there. Hart does have one more relic than his opponent as well. And, oh, Hart not paying attention. He was focused on the fight happening over here, but this is, of course, the advantage that you get with knights, or really any cavalry unit, is you can just run around all over the place. And it's much more difficult for these composite bowmen to just walk across the map and do a ton of villager damage, especially since, you know, it's a decent defensive setup here for Sebastian, who's also getting Bodkin, interestingly. Wheelbarrow just now coming in for Hart. And Sebastian is just continuing to be active with his army, even a 6th town center on the way. That's going to be a very quick-to-destroy Stonegate, though. Maybe we need to start seeing some defensive donjons or something. And now Sebastian's completely cut all military production. He thinks he has an opportunity to reach Imperial Age. I mean, Hart's going to have a huge army lead right now. He's at 35 composite bowmen. Well, also, Blue doesn't have a castle, so that's also a pretty good reason to not research First Crusade. Composite bowmen are here, though. You need 3 mangonels queued up all at once. That obviously isn't ideal. But Imperial Age is on the way. 33 villagers killed to 14. Sebastian going to try and bring this one to a game 5. Hart going to try and close this one out so he can stay alive in the tournament. Those villagers are in jeopardy, though. And now range is coming in. Gonna try and switch over into skirmishers. Archers? Eh? That one I don't get. Nope. You did get a good 10 plus villager kills there for the composite bowman, and they have all escaped for now, so that is just good for Hart. And yet he's not super close to the Imperial Age. Obviously you need to be careful with the mangonel hanging around. Crossbowmen feel a bit weird, though, I'm not gonna lie. You'd think that you would prioritize melee units here as Sicilians. Like Cavalier, and then maybe some siege units. Mangonels feel pretty darn good against composite bowmen. Actually, you just need a villager to come help out here. Oh, punch it, punch it, punch it, punch it! Yes! Nicely done there, Sebastian. I don't really think you want sergeants against composite bowmen. They're not going to be that great. Okay, still some knights over here. More eco upgrades finally coming in here for Sebastian. Imp is on the way for blue, but he's basically an entire Imperial Age research time behind. Yeah, I mean, Hart's on his way. Happy Imperial Age, and the Arbalest is going to be the first upgrade here for Sebastian upon reaching Imp. Racer going to be quickly following up there. But Hart's got a lot of castles, and one that helps him defend, and two that makes composite bowmen. So, very good combo. Wait, who's going infantry? No one's going infantry right now. It's archers versus other archers. I do find the art play a bit weird, though. Like, if anything, wouldn't you want to go, like, scorpions? Like, mangonels or scorpions plus cav feels like it makes the most sense to me. Stonewall's even going to try and be built here for Hart. And the castle is under threat. No, I mean, I don't think either player necessarily goes infantry here. At least not right now. Hart also getting his own eco upgrades. Maybe you can build some donjons and garrison the Arbs in that? I don't know, just straight Arbs pretending that you're, like, Mayans or Chinese, though, feels kind of weird. I mean, Arbs with Thumb Ring feel like a much better unit against the composite bowman. Elite comp bowman on its way, but it's not like the most important upgrade in the world. His lust for garrison Arbs. Hey, man. It's pretty fun. Okay, there's Onager coming in. Like I said, I think this just makes the most sense. I honestly think you could have gotten there faster. If you had just prioritized maybe light cav or defenses. But yeah, Onagers I like. Oh, just gets a couple there. Castle is getting pretty low. Block printing for the monks. Of course, that is going to be your best answer here as the Armenians. Still only 2 onagers on the field right now. That's definitely not ideal. Trebuchet does stand for now. Again, onager does clip the composite bowman. Smacks a treb down there. And guys, Sebastian is the one who is at max pop right now. Hart not too far off, but the army value is heavily in favor of our Sicilians player. Oh no! Oh no! 25 kills! Oh my goodness! Oh no, Hart. Game slipping away from him. He had a really nice early game, but just clawing his way back into this one was Sebastian. Just Much more efficient economy he got set up. That trebuchet goes down. Oh my goodness, Light Cav even going to try and run here. Finish off the trebuchet. You still have 2 trebuchets of your own standing, 3 onagers left over. Eco balance isn't perfect for Sebastian, but it could be a lot worse. Even some arbs over here on the right side is really cute. And guys, I think we will go to a game number 5. I mean, Hart is back up at 200 population, but don't really love this in the long run for him. Again, I do think the arbs are a little weird, but the Light Cav make a ton of sense in this situation, and the onagers make a ton of sense, and it's not like the arbs are useless by any means, so it's fine. Sicilians, of course, have better Light Cav anyway because you get the final armor upgrade. An approach turn? Absolutely. And Sicilian's going to get done at not being like a cheesy Sergeant All-In Civ. Although all those onagers kind of got wasted right there, which isn't great. Now we're at 87 on food, though, for our blue player. Also, they're Sicilian farms. They last a very long time. Oh, this is nice. Oh, no ballistics. Yeah, that is a huge fail. His Heart's actually pushing his way back. I mean, that was a very bad couple minutes for our blue player, Sebastian. All right, look at this. The Light Cav are coming here on this side. Going to try and rush up another defensive castle. I would love donjons because both Light Cav, without the final armor upgrade, and Composite Bowman would have a very difficult time actually pushing into any kind of donjons on the field, and the Treb numbers are being kept very low by Sebastian. Absolute least, no, that'd be Bulgarians. I think the Bulgarians are the least pick Civ, and it's not even close. Sicilians have niche uses, Bulgarians really don't. Well, population's still better right now for Hart. Does have at least 1 extra relic. Random? Well, that's your problem. I mean, it's Composite Bowman plus Light Cav. It's still going to be relatively efficient in army composition. Hart's trying, man. This hates you? Well, maybe it does. Okay, Cap Ram coming in. That's going to be very helpful versus the Composite Bowman. Remember, they don't ignore siege armor. That would be super busted. So Composite Bowman just deal 1 damage to Rams. More fortified churches incoming. Another castle is being attempted. I mean, the stone count for both players is quite low. How much is left to mine on the map? Not much. Would have been I mean, yeah, they're viable on those maps, but they're not even a top pick, so you still never see them. Or almost never see them. Anyway, those trebuchets are also going to get absolutely wrecked by the Light Cav here of Sebastian. More trebuchets coming in for him. No siege engineers is also kind of unfortunate. Definitely feels like an upgrade that you should have at the moment. It's also something that you get over Armenians. But even further outrange the Arbalests with your onagers. But now it's swinging right back to being in favor of Sebastian in this, again, 56-minute game number 4. Really, really good game. Honestly, this feels just like 2 civs that are good but not broken on land maps. I mean, especially as there wasn't any, like, the gen longsword all-in that just couldn't be stopped versus some sort of, you know, Sergeant all-in. Like, this just feels like 2 civs that have strengths and weaknesses over the course of a game. Ooh, well, Carpos are significantly more powerful than fortified churches. Oh, no, wait. What? What? That onager killed 1 unit. What? Okay, that's kind of weird. Composite bowmen do a lot more damage than the Arbs are. Although I guess the last armor upgrade being gone and not even having blast furnace makes a big deal. But yeah, composite bowman, of course, high DPS in general. Castle still falls though, and there's only a single castle left here for Hart, and he's got no stone. Sebastian at least almost has enough resources for another castle if he wants one. Krebs there are going down. Sebastian still has a pop lead, though, and 82 Vils on food with Sicilian crop rotation, man. He needs a reseed a farm every, like, 20,000 in-game years. Oh, it's, I mean, just fantastic series. One of the best series so far in the tournament, honestly. And just having, like, every single game be competitive. No idea what the last game would be on, by the way. No idea which map. I don't remember. Honestly, I just hope it's a land map and not a hybrid map. Finishing up on Arabia or Arena would be nice. Another castle is coming in here defensively. I mean, because I do think that Sebastian is going to win this game. Lots and lots of farms over here, but the light cav are running in. There's only that one final castle here with which to defend. Population is starting to fall right now for Hart. He's having a difficult time replenishing his lost forces. And it's very difficult to raid the economy of Sebastian at this point. Yeah, still even a missing blast furnace for the light cab is really rough. I mean, you're dealing +3 damage a hit in the actual light cab battle. Heltian, honestly, I still think Heavy Scorpion probably would have been better. Especially because the light cab don't have the last armor upgrade. But Arbs are fine. With fish surrounding it? Morass. Honestly, Sebastian's struggling to finish this one off. He's got a ton of map control. Another castle defensively. I mean, wouldn't some donjons be nice, man? I do kind of wish that Sebastian was just playing Sicilians a bit more, so to say. No, he doesn't have siege engineers. Are strong. They are very strong. Like, if you had fully upgraded Arbs with Thumb Ring, then I could totally get behind going Arbs here. But you don't have Thumb Ring, and you don't have the last armor upgrade. Now, it's not like the armor upgrade matters versus the Composite Bowman, but it does matter against the Light Cab. Wait, guys, I've already been live for 4.5 hours. Oh my goodness. HCA? I don't think they do. I'm pretty sure they don't. No, they don't. Needs to play late game Hera style? Yes, but Hera usually wins his late games because he knows exactly what his, like, how to play any given map. Like, he knows what the most important parts of a map are to take. Not because Hera is, I think, the master of playing every single civilization's post-imp perfectly. Yo versus Hera? I don't think Yo's played Hera yet. Perfect bites. Yep. Honestly, just because we still have so much more AoE to cover today. Oh, no, I have not covered that. I think that's the last set I'm covering. A little bit of a raid happening there. I mean, 91 bills on food. Eh. Yeah, I know. We'll cast that whole thing on ×8 speed. Now you're just going after production. More light cav raids. I mean, the composite bowmen are better than the ARBs, right? They're also harder to kill with light cav because they have 5 more HP and 2 more melee armor. Actually, they have 3 more melee armor. No, this is me doing it intentionally because, again, we got a lot to cast today. I mean, it is, I guess, Friday over in Europe, so maybe you guys can stay up a bit later, but still. One? No, again, I am manually speeding up the game. See, Blast Furnace was missing this entire time. It looks like Sebastian's still working towards the win, destroying his opponent's infrastructure like this. 104 bills on food, mind you. Is Friday? Yeah, but it's Friday afternoon in the US. A 112 minutes. An hour and 12 minutes. Yeah, Blast Furnace was definitely late. I mean, the KD isn't actually very impressive for Sebastian. The res destroyed are also pretty similar, even though Sebastian's way ahead in resources collected. Again, I wish Sebastian was making units his Civ was better with. Because Composite Bowman plus Armenian Light Cav feels like at, you know, maybe even a little bit Armenian favored than Sicilian Light Cav plus Sicilian Arb. Morning on the West Coast. Unfortunately, most of my viewers are based in Europe. 88 Light Cav in the queue, guys. But again, it's like we have an entire other series to cast. It's not like this and then ACCM versus Hera. There's another series in there we need to cast. Hello, Marina. Anyway, this looks like it's it. Bit of a slow finish. Again, I don't really think Sebastian closed out the game in the most efficient way possible, but you know what? The important thing is he did close it out. And it is now 1 game away from knocking Hart out of the tournament completely. A lot more food collected. Just a little bit more golden stone. Yeah, text research was very similar as well. Yeah, but it still was a very, very close game, and this has been one of my favorite series in the whole tournament. What's the last map? Oh, it's Arabia. Oh, good one. And I don't know what civs they picked. I think you can only go Incas or Portuguese. Oh, it's probably Portuguese here for Sebastian, and Hart can go Vietnamese. Oh, I'm sorry, Spirorion. That's what I'm here for. All right. Yeah, so we also have to cast Andy versus Leary and then ACCM versus Hera. No, it's not a QR code. It's just a stylized version of LingYuan Cup. All right, guys, here we are. Game number 5. This is for all the marbles. Again, Hart's tournament life is on the line right now. Sebastian's isn't, Yeah, I would imagine that Leary would pretty comfortably sweep Andy based off of how they're performing so far. So, Vietnamese versus Portuguese, two of the modern classics as far as Arabia civs go. I think both civs are quite powerful. I'd still put them both in high A tier, low S tier. The thing is, Portuguese are more versatile than Vietnamese are, but Vietnamese play into the meta better because they have better skirmishers and cav archers. So do you want a more distinct strength, or do you want fewer weaknesses? I guess is kind of how I would look at this matchup personally. Esto pronto. So, let's see here. 20 population looks like here for both players, so neither player really going as fast as they could. This is also going to be the chicken version of Arabia always. We have right here Sebastian taking the chickens, Art not taking the chickens. To chicken or not to chicken, that is indeed the question. You know, balk, 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 and all that. Nope. Barracks coming in now for Sebastian. Barracks already coming in here for Hart. Both players looking to probably just open with some scouts or just skirmishers. Certainly nobody trying anything too aggressive. Notably, however, Sebastian is going to get the extra chicken food on it. And scouts opening, and nothing. Ah? Guys, what the heck is Sebastian doing? He has a million bills queued up. Okay, little late in getting double backs. He doesn't have horse collar yet when he could easily afford to get it if he wanted to, and... I guess the Vil survives. Okay, now the archery range is coming in, but a little bit of an odd opening, honestly, from Sebastian. Didn't commit to anything for a little while. Oak. Scouts running in. But yeah, the reason I'm still on times 2 speed is I'm fairly certain that nothing too decisive is going to happen before these guys get up to Castle Age. Again, neither player is really investing into much aggression whatsoever. We do have some skirmishers here, but it's not like Hart's going double ranges behind this or anything. Bastion is just going to get himself fully walled in eventually. Resources collected are pretty even. Note that Hart did get the extra horse collar upgrade, which is nice. But nothing else too wild happening. I mean, if Hart's lucky, he's going to get a villager kill, but that'd be it. Right? Yeah, that whole Hera game was just bizarre, and he did not set himself up to win. Leary played much more aggressive, though, than Hart did. I mean, there's been one unit killed this entire game so far. Oh, double kill. Yeah. Again, it's all about trying to give you guys as much coverage of the event as possible with live casting. While also not giving myself solo casting for 10 to 12 hours every day. Anyway, that is a Sebastian house, so he's looking to come forward, but he was discovered. Okay, quick gate there does save you a little bit, but it's not like Sebastian's really getting anywhere. Blacksmith now here for Hart. Again, we need to see them commit to something. I already casted that one. I casted the last 2 series live because they just happened so late. Okay, Siege Workshop is now coming in for Sebastian, but that's not as forward as quickly as he would like. So in that context, it's a bit better here for Hart. You can see Sebastian is going to at least try to do something fairly aggressive in mid-game, but it's still going to be adding a TC behind it. Meanwhile, Siege Workshop defensively plus some skirmisher upgrades from Hart. And Bowsaw as well. Crossbowman looking to come around here. Skirms on the other side as well. He's gonna get a couple vills. A lot of idling happening. Very, very passive game. Playing so late? Yeah, exactly. Lewis is young, though. He can keep up with it. I mean, the second TC's now coming in for Hart, but Sebastian should be getting further ahead over time, although Hart has the wheelbarrow upgrade, which is nice. Mango's going to start to eat the TC. Oh, nice hit there. Monastery for Sebastian. All right, now we can put it on real speed. A lot of skirms are a lot of low HP. Oh, more mangonels coming in. Now remember, Sebastian's been making mangonels pretty much constantly. Hart's Siege Workshop was both later. Oh, and he hasn't been, using it constantly in the same way that our blue player was. Also, Mangonel plus Crossbowman is just a better army composition than Skirmisher plus Mangonel. Those Crossbowmen are just a more threatening unit than Skirms are. Believe it or not, I know Skirmishers are very scary. Anyway, Sebastian, not that many bills on food. Are definitely putting a bit more emphasis on that, especially since he also has the wheelbarrow upgrade. Got a bunch of monks queued up here. No ballistics for either player. And now Hart looking to move out across the map. Resource collected still basically dead even. Man, this is really the game that neither player wants to commit to anything. It's like both players are not committing to anything, even greed. Like Viper versus Yo, both players on Arabia, both players were way more committed to strategies than are either of the players here. This is just going to be all about the Mangonel War, which, if you remember the Bedouins game, was not actually all that impactful. That said, you just have more Mangonels right now as our blue player. Yeah, gets another build there. I mean, the KD is just better for Sebastian at the moment. He's also on the third TC, so I like his position more. Again, it just doesn't feel like Hart's committing to anything. No, I already casted Yo versus Viper. Next is Leary versus Andy. And then I finish with ACCM Hera. The thing with the Mangonel War is that so long as you're trading evenly and you both keep investing into Mangonels, like, it doesn't matter, right? It's just kind of a wash. It's really only if somebody gets a decisive win that things can get out of hand extremely fast. Ballistics is coming in now for blue, but again, I feel like Sebastian is still being more decisive than Hart was. Got his second TC down faster, he got his Mangonel production going sooner, he's utilizing the Portuguese discount on the crossbowman, which is going to be quite helpful. I mean, Hart has a handcard upgrade, which is nice, but couple knights. Sebastian's trying to spend all of his food right now on growing his economy. Knights would require upgrades to not just die to skirmishers or get converted by a monk, and Sebastian doesn't want to invest that much. Market. Okay, this could be Hart's moment, because otherwise Hart's just not really doing a whole lot. But maybe if he can get to a fast Imperial Age time, but then it's like, what, fast Imp Skirms? Fast Imp Skirms? I mean, he's just on the 2 TCs. He's not developing a very strong army. I think he's like, okay, I need to get up to Imp, and I need to get up to Imp soon. I mean, Sebastian just has taken better fights thus far. And there he is. All right. Yeah, a castle here would be good for Sebastian. A castle here would be insane for him. Or a castle here would be insane for him. Or even here. Third TC now coming in from Hart. Gonna try and screen those crossbowmen as best he can. And this is gonna be good. Still most of the crossbowmen escape. I mean, we're about with as many units has been killed in the game as minutes have passed. Honestly, I think that just in some ways goes to show the difference between this game and then the Viper versus Yo game, where both players just really tried to be laser focused on their win conditions. Whereas both of these players in this game seem to just sort of be feeling each other out and not wanting to commit to anything that could potentially get countered by their opponent. Anyway, Sebastian is going to come in here with a forward castle. Hart does not have the stone needed for his own castle. You do get free conscription, though, as Vietnamese, even if you don't have a castle built, so that's nice, but... well, it looks like a one-for-one trade. Decent hit there. 8-Vil lead. Identical eco upgrades here for Sebastian. He is ahead in overall resources. Another Vil goes down there. More ranges coming in. And looks like Hart's going to try and switch over into Arbs. Version there. Okay, so it's going to be a big cavalry switch here from Sebastian. He does have way more resources overall, what with taking more efficient fights and all that. And there's Imp Skirm, so it's literally fast imp skirms. That is the current situation. Gonna be on 6 stables though, so Sebastian is very much getting his production going. There's the 4th TC coming in as well. There's Imp Skirm. Once chemistry's in, they will deal 2 damage a hit to the Mangonel. I mean, it's a fast dish, Imp. Oh, look at that. More value coming in, though, from the crossbowman. Again, I think both players would lose a game playing like this versus, like, the top 5. But I think, again, it's just that little bit of a difference between, like, the very top players and these guys who are, again, top 10 probably, but not top 5. Knights coming in, but they're still missing some important upgrades as these Knights getting value. Not top 5? I don't think so. He's never had a big tournament result. I think he maybe got like 1 top 4. I mean, Hera plays like this and wins, but Hera has a big eco lead just because he's Hera. Unless you're exactly Hera, this style feels like it's just not decisive enough in any one aspect. And I think that a lot of the top 5 Sebastian comments is wishful thinking because they want to see the top scene more competitive. I mean, Hera does have more APM, but the APM isn't the relevant part. It's just Hera has cleaner macro and execution. Again, Hera does this, but he always has a better eco. Just from, you know, sheer game mechanics. Silk Cavalier are in. They have +4 defense. Yeah. at Warlords 3. I don't really consider A-tier tournament results to be all that important. I mean, the Warlords result is definitely a very good one, and I do think he is top 10. But yeah, GG, well played coming in. Hart was just not decisive enough at all. Viper, I don't think that Yo is any worse off than Viper or Leary. If anything, Yo is the most consistent performer in S-tier tournaments, other than Hera. Yeah, but it's still about getting, like, top finishes, right? I mean, it is unfortunate that Sebastian is in the era of Hera. But still, getting the win here versus Hart is very nice. And I think compared to someone like Hart, I think Sebastian does have more potential to beat the top tier players. I mean, Leary and Hera are young blood, but they've been around at the top for so long that it doesn't really feel like it. I mean, heck, Leary became a top player when he was 15. Anyway, unfortunate result, though, for Hart. Just was a little bit outmatched by 3 very, very good players. But he will fall to 0-3 in the tournament, and I am fairly certain that does mean he is eliminated. It's a very, very tough one. Anyway, guys, I will be right back. I have a corgi barking at me. Alrighty. What's up? What's up? All right, let me download the Rex, guys. I did get some lunch as well. So Leary has lost to Hera, but beat somebody. Sebastian. So he's 1-1. All right. Oh, whoops. There we go. Right, you get that, and you get that. Anything too crazy with the draft? Aztecs are kind of interesting. Celts, Saracens as well. Everything else is pretty normal. Got Zutu and Picari, so Andy with both of the new maps, and Leary with Arabia, and the map that's most like Arabia. And Bedouins is the first map. Perfecto. But yeah, I do think if Seb makes top 4 here, I think that would be a huge help, at least in my eyes, for him being a top 5 player. As things stand, I think that the top 6 is all eaten up. Or top 5, yeah. Honda Arabia? Sort of. It's starting like a moat. Alrighty, guys. Here we are in game number 1. How's the job hunting going? Terribly. We're still at 100 jobs-ish, and not a single interview. For now, yeah. All right. Uh-huh. All right, so Andy not going to lose a Vil, but it's kind of ugly. Leary no Loom. Also 2 Vils ahead. Not sure how that... I guess he got his TC down faster. Oh, it's this game? Well, no. Although Leary is definitely well ahead. The jungles of Colombia? I thought it was dying in the jungles of Venezuela. Yeah. Alright, just some scouts out here for both players. Nothing too wild, it's just Leary's ahead by like 300 resources. Which is huge, of course. Well, at Nomad starts, you can get your TC down a bit faster because you have the faster villagers. So that's nice. I guess it's only 5% faster, so that probably doesn't matter. That's probably just within the margin of error. Larry also did not get double bit axe. Oh, wait. Well, ah! Too many things in front of me. I mean, the food collected is very similar. I guess, yeah, Andy just spent way more of it. Oh, he's also trying to fish boom. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, guys, I am 20,000% not sold on this. You've been listening to the stream all day and work. You done casting the Rex? I'm doing what I can. Larry's adding an extra TC. Now, Andy is well ahead in terms of resources, but he is in feudal age. He's just going to click up now. Maybe this could work. I mean, unless the series is more competitive than I think it's going to be, I'm probably going to cast most of it on ×2 speed. It's already getting late. Alright, third TC coming in for Larry. I mean, he is well behind in resources, for sure. Andy has, like, no map control, though. To be fair, if he goes Cav Archers, the Japanese Cav Archers are better than the Berber Cav Archers. Oh. What do you do when the messy situation comes for you? Lyria's getting a lot of vitals, though. I mean, Andy actually has a score lead right now. Well, genitors are genitoring, and yes, Andy has a huge resources collected lead. All right, let's put it on normal speed now, because things actually are kind of getting interesting. I think those scouts will eventually destroy the TC. Eventually. I mean, Andy's being pretty active here. Honestly, I thought he'd be just completely screwed by the faster castle age time, but fish booms are pretty stupid. Another couple vills are going down, guys. Good. I guess a lot of the Cav Archers are also dying. What happened today? I know that there was a 4-hour game, and I know who won that game. That's the only thing I'm spoiled to. Other than that, I'm doing a pretty good job of dodging spoilers. The only thing I get spoiled to is I accidentally select, like, game 5 in a 5-game series. Like, I knew the last set went to 5 games, although I didn't know who won it, because the Rex just were not listed in order, which is honestly really annoying. Anyway, skirmish coming in for Andy. Again, he has no map control at all here. All right, I have finished my yogurt, and now I just need to finish my apple, and my lunch will be completed. Leary getting it right back. I mean, Leary has a ability. Like, okay, what is the resources collected lead actually in, though, for Andy? Yep, called it. I thought it would mostly be in wood. It sure is. Told you. Or I was gonna tell you. Like breakfast? Well, it was some ham, some cheese, some tortilla chips and homemade salsa, a yogurt, and some apple. Yeah. Yeah, but, it, you know, Benkei, it's about what I mean, not what I say. Gem on a Buriko ham? That sounds expensive. It's a snack. I assure you, it's definitely quite filling. kind of job am I looking for? Something in the international affairs world, so research, analysis, consulting, that sort of thing. Another TC being added to the south. More TCs actually being added to the south here for Andy. But now he's really falling behind in villagers. And again, his resources collectively is just in wood for the most part, which really doesn't matter that much. Yeah. Hamon Iberico is... There is a, you know, European Union designation historical ham from Spain, but it's very expensive. Galleys? It's a lot of siege hanging around. Anyway, Andy's pushing his way back out here. Cane Barding Arbor coming in for the Knights, but I mean, Andy's trying to cobble together something that's really weird, but also kind of working. I mean, he's on 5 TCs, completely expanded to the south. Leary, for his part, doesn't know anything about the south. So the Genitors do perform very well versus Cav Archers. De Bellota. Yes. Leary. I mean, the thing with Leary. This is the Leary thing, guys. He doesn't like collecting stone. Because stone slows down your timings. And the fact that Leary doesn't have stone means that unless he's taking super efficient fights, it's kind of tough for him to do a lot. Now that said, Leary's doing a pretty good job of taking efficient fights, but if he takes like one bad engagement, he could basically just be dead right now, as Andy's getting another TC on the side. More Knights are on the way, but like, Leary's eco balance is pretty unimpressive, guys. I mean, credit to Andy, it's weird, but I think Andy knows if he just plays Super Standard versus Leary, he's gonna have a bad time, so... I mean, it makes sense. The CA are relatively well upgraded, missing Husbandry, Thumb Ring, and +2 defense, but you got Ballistics, Bloodlines, and Bodkin, and things that start with the letter B. Oh, but here come the Knights, guys. This is the hour. Riders of Rohan. Oh, no. CA simply out of position to deal with the Knights, and all the Mangonels are going to die, and that just means that this is going to be an easy mop-up here for Leary. All he needs to do is to send the Genitors back to go after the Cav Archers, and he should basically be home scot-free. Oh, wow, that was perfect. Mangonel's got 0 value against Leary's army. Hard tower coming in? I don't know about that. Pancetta? I mean, wouldn't that just be the same pig, but eating the pork belly instead of the leg? A little bit of an annoyance here. Still, Leary's Vil count is overall quite good. Got Ballistics now coming in for Leary. I mean, the knight numbers are still very good, the Genitor numbers are still very good, Leary's eco balance is still terrible, but that probably doesn't matter so long as he's taking very good fights, and that's exactly what he's doing. What's that? Ah, it's all good, man. Manage Handball, isn't it a big source of national pride? Yeah, Andy's running out of army. I mean, Leary's just taking way too good of engagements here. As decoration, again, I think it's a big source of national pride. Oh, geez, Leary's gonna click up to Imp. Oh, no. I mean, credit to Andy for trying to make it interesting, but you can't out-engage Leary. Not like that, anyway. Casting? I have been casting the entire group stage. The only series I couldn't cast was the last one yesterday, but that was a pretty one-sided series anyway. Casted everything else so far. Anyway, should just be an Imp GG. I mean, 6,000 more wood collected just doesn't matter, man. The towers are cute, but I don't think it really matters. And... yep. Predictable GG. Not a predictable game, but Leary just took way too good of engagements, and again, so much of the resources collected for Andy were ones that were not valuable. $6,000 more food, over 3,000 more gold. It just wasn't enough. Well, the Hart vs. Sebastian series was very good, except the last game, which was kind of a bummer. Nikov versus Vivi seemed pretty bad. All right, everybody, here we go. I have the feeling that Andy's going to be trying something here as well. We'll have Leary in the green as the Italians to the southwest, the Archer timing Civ. And here as the janky all-in Civ, the Celts, it will be Andy. This is about as predictable a matchup as you could ask for. Like, two very prototypical Civs for these players. Anyway, Militia coming in actually from Leary. Yeah, I think Andy got the deletion there on the mill. Oh, Leary does get an early Vil kill. How about on the other side? Oh, they're going after the Vils over there, but they didn't do anything. Oh, jeez. Okay, Leary not paying as much attention as he should. Leary! I mean, he got 2 Vils, but he did throw away his army to the town center. Also, Andy has a bit of idle time, and Leary's way ahead in resources. So I guess it's fine. The archer range is not doing anything right now. And Orange doesn't even have any Vils really on the wood. Oh, geez. Now Leary has 1 archer out, and it's probably going to be enough to dissuade the men-at-arms from doing anything. Oof. Horse collar, I guess, coming in here for Andy. Oh, he even got that farm in before horse collar. What a noob. Yeah, Leary already 600 resources ahead is wild. And that's with him literally throwing his men-at-arms into the TC. But it was after they got 2 vills and Leary back gold, back wood, just quick walling them in. It's just amazing how little damage men-at-arms can get done. Again, Andy has no skirms. Archers are kind of wandering around. Those vills are going to have to not villager for a moment. That's a verb. Andy actually off of gold entirely, because this was his only gold income over here. Guys, look at this resources difference. Like, this is not a competitive resources difference. Okay, Leary doing some silly Alcatrazing thing that I would pity Andy for if Andy wasn't one of the biggest offenders of it. Yes, you do. That's why a lot of players will, like, go by the side of the map, like Leary did. Yeah. That was a little greedy, but he actually gets another villager over here. Castle Age on the way here for Leary. This game seems very one-sided. Making up nouns. Exactly. It does save that bill, but the amount that I am not at all convinced about this game for Andy is all of it. All of it, I say. There is over 1,000 resources collected ahead. Well, yeah, that's exactly what Leary did, was he snuck the men-at-arms around the edge of the map. Especially because people build their barracks on the side by the watchtower, where it's easier to go around the side of the map than if you built the barracks at home. Anyway, Bodcrow Saw coming in here for Leary. Typical Leary things. Archers are here. Siege Workshop in a lousy position at the edge of the map. Again, we're looking at 1,000 more resources collected for Leary. This is not much of a game. Oh boy, guys. At least we can put this on super speed. Not even super speed, but on ×2 speed. That was a very sad game. Like, very, very sad. Yeah. Well, to be fair, Schadenfreude does sound like a made-up word. Yeah, but like you can't be on the defensive and be that far behind in resources collected. Leary up 2-0. And now Zoto! Zoto! Alright guys, I'm gonna bring my my dishes downstairs so my room doesn't smell like food. I'll be right back.
Sorry, I had some apple stuck between my teeth, so I needed to floss. Oh, gotta be careful! No! All right, apologize. I apologize.
All right, looks like both players have a Vil killed. Andy's actually headed resources over Mongols early on. Ah, that's what Leary's up to. Well, this should still be better for Andy. I mean, obviously the shortfish gather only 2/3 the speed that the deep fish do. There's just the one fire galley in there. Andy is continuing to invest into the fire galley. Maybe Leary can get a quick castle age time, but as things stand right now, he's not really going to be able to get a lot done. $360, there you go. And he cancels it at the last second. Very well done there. Great job by Andy canceling the ship at the last moment to get those extra resources. Oh, he still gets a fishing ship, though. That shouldn't be a thing. Oh, that's a bit of the S word, guys. And I'm not one to throw around the S word all the time. Well, I was looking. Don't be mean to the wall. This is just a special wall. This wall is pretty normal looking here for Leary. But as things stand, Andy's eco should be better. Even with losing the fishing ship there, which again was kind of unnecessary, as in very unnecessary. These deep fish gonna last longer, and you also have shorefish here as well. So all told, you have 1,500 food left. The Leary has more fishing ships in total, but it's just not gonna be as efficient. Andy could be getting Lancered here. He is at the very least likely to be slower up. And again, deleting the Palisade Gate. Players hate their Palisade Gates, man. Yeah, with the market in, honestly, especially with the Persian 10% faster research speed, I mean, Andy's going to be up faster than his opponent. They both click up at the same time, but you're getting there like 15-ish seconds faster as Andy. Hey, gotta be careful there. Punch it. If you build or look for your army? Oh, and like leaving your base, I guess. But hey man, ever since Saladin 3 when I was a kid, when you start with fully enclosed within palisade walls and needed to delete your own palisade wall to get out, I've been pro Palisade Gate. One of the best additions they ever made to the game. He said, as he doesn't have a Palisade Gate hotkey. Well, I mean, if I do, I don't know it. Another dock coming in. This has been discovered here by Leary, though. And there's another dock coming there for Leary anyway. But yeah, I mean, 7 fishing ships per player, but one dude is able to take from deep fish. The other is long-distance shorefish mining. Certain buildings? You could. I'm not too sure what you could build, though. The thing with seawalls is that seawalls would completely screw up with fire ship attacks. So I've really worried that that would just make a lot of really ridiculous quick wall scenarios, which would just be kind of stupid. Even Hulks would also really get wrecked by walls. Bridges you couldn't do because they need to not be in, because bridges, like the actual in-game bridges, are indestructible. If you had to make bridges, they would have to be destroyable. And if they were destroyable, then you'd get a bunch of units like stuck on the bridge. Mines? I mean, but you could just do that with a transport ship. It just feels kind of unnecessary. Anyway, second TC here for each player. It is in a little bit faster for Leary. Got some light cav. Get to build a bridge yourself? Nah, I mean, that doesn't even make much sense. Nope, no Lancers for now. Honestly, can probably speed this up a little bit at the moment. Neither player really doing a whole lot of anything. I mean, this is a classic matchup as the game goes on, and it's really going to be a matter of if you can get to Mangudai, then it's pretty tough to stop. But Savars are one of the better answers out there to Mangudai with their 8 Pierce armor. Line of sight? I mean, I guess. I just don't think it would matter all that much. Natural landscape? Exactly. Another TC coming in now for Andy. He's 10 bills ahead. There he does have the wheelbarrow upgrade. Very, very passive game. Also, I forget, is Andy 0-2 or 1-1? Didn't he beat Vivi? Yeah, I mean, that's the big issue with bridges, is that ships can't pass under them. Fourth TC now even coming in here from Orange. He's got a siege workshop over here. Oh, Andy's very, very well prepared. That said, I think that the reason that Andy prepares a lot of these builds is because he knows his execution isn't quite as good as the top players. So he has to go for these more surprise type builds to feel like he has as much of a chance. If fishing ships could build docks themselves, that could be interesting. Anyway, nice denial there from Leary, but, I mean, he's Mongols and he's making camels. It's not really that exciting, especially as the Persian player is going to be getting well ahead in terms of economy. Another Mangonel's going to be there. Gotta be careful. Just camels and monks. Now, Mongol camels missing the last armor upgrade, it doesn't matter that much if it's camel v camel. The bigger issue is that Persians have halbs and Mongols don't. Got heavy plow coming in. Leary also has hand cart. Oh boy, going for the conversions, but they completely whiff. Oh my goodness. Leary's just taking no damage to the Mangonels, man. Castle's in, Mangudai are on the way. And to be fair, this is a big investment here from Andy to not really get anything out of it. Leary's also going to get a third relic, and I mean, that castle's in. Mangudai production is on its way, and even though he's well behind in resources, he is ahead in resources destroyed. Chain Barding Arbor coming in, but I feel like Leary's just going to get to a faster Imperial Age because of this, and Mongols are still probably just a better overall late game civ than our Persians. And when I say probably, I mean they are. Imp on the way for Andy, but I mean, Andy's invested so much, and he's still not even able to take good fight. Like, this is actually just Leary micro here. Oh my goodness, guys. Holy cow. Leary is just heavily out-microing Andy. Like, that was the best possible fight for Leary and the worst possible fight for Andy. Jeez. Leary's so far ahead in resources destroyed. Yeah, and the units lost for Andy are all basically very expensive units. Heavy camel coming in. Cavalier? I guess he just doesn't know his opponent is still making camels. Heavy camel in. Oh, orange isn't even on gold right now. Oh, jeez. Wait, well, hold on. What's the gold collect difference? Oh, man. Again, guys, food and gold ahead for Leary. Andy's getting ahead in resources, but they're not the resources that matter. So Leary might as well actually be ahead in economy right now, and that's just from better macro. Also, now he's got 5 trebs. This game feels all sorts of over. Elite Mangudai coming in. And mountains? You mean mountain royals? I mean, they're all pretty different from each other. Yeah, unfortunate here for Andy, but I don't see Leary losing to anyone other than the top players. And so, Leary 3-0 Andy. Andy very close to elimination, although not there yet. But yeah, that series was honestly, I mean, it had some cute moments here and there, but generally speaking, it was fairly one-sided. But that does bring us to our final series of the day. ACCM versus Hera. I mean, it was just like not even a close fight that should have been a fight that, if anything, was better for Andy. Now 20 minutes? Uh-huh. I don't know why you guys are making me do this, man. For the love of the game, yeah. No real upsets so far this tournament, unfortunately. I mean, I guess it's group stage, it doesn't matter as much, but I mean, it's like, okay, ACCM beating Viper is a bit of an upset, but if they both like make it through anyway, and it doesn't really matter. I mean, if it's upset, it's only a minor one anyway. Oh, oops. The file size is so much larger. Hold on, let me see just how big a file Game 3 is. Well, Viper still wins tournaments, like smaller tier tournaments. Holy cow! Oh my goodness. 33,000 kilobytes. There hasn't been another game in this tournament that's crossed 10,000 kilobytes. All right, so game number 1 is going to be on Seychelles. Alrighty. Here we are, guys. Game number 1 between ACCM and Hera. Although that I know the winner exactly, or specifically of Game 3, I don't know who won any of the other games in this series. No, Hera can be in the blue as the Armenians to the northeast, and to the southwest in the cyan as the Wu, it will be ACCM. Now, Hera did have nominally a close series versus Leary, but the games he lost, like, he just looked off, and the games he won, he just crushed Leary. So although Hera's had some weak games here and there, it's never been so many that's, like, that would even really have him lose a series. And so long as Hera turns it up in the quarterfinals, or the semifinals, like, I don't see a world in which he doesn't cruise his way to victory. Check Tagavor. Anyway, as things stand, fishing ship out a little bit faster here for Hera. Seems like a nice early build from him. Actually does have to get Loom of 1 vil sooner than he wanted to. SMH, such a big noob. Anyway, ACCM is coming forward, at least in some capacity. And there's a barracks. On a water map? You bet we are. You guys don't deserve anything else. Alright, Archer Ridge coming in too. It is going to be a stable for Hera. Do I love this? It feels very greedy. Alright, that's just an outpost, but Hera's quick walls are where they need to be. Actually cancels the market for a blacksmith. Tower coming in now, but... Guys, tower rushing Armenians is just straight up sad. Oh my god. Hera even gets a villager kill. Wait, why is Hera even bothering, man? Just, you can move your mule cart. Archer goes down. Hera has more fishing ships. He's actually going for galleys on the outside. Like, this feels like it's so greedy. Tan orange matchup in the desert. Yeah, that sounds perfect. Hera does have some idle vills right there that he's going to need to take care of. But his eco is so much better anyway that I'm not terribly worried for him, as in not worried at all. Hera has 3 galleys, seems to be doing just fine over there. But yeah, this is actually very sloppy from Hera, having all those idols. And yeah, it doesn't matter. Hera taking good fights. ACCM could maybe be faster up to Castle Age. He's even getting more men-at-arms right now. Hera? As is always the case when I'm casting Hera, there are some moments where like, what are you doing? But it doesn't even matter. Dock over here. Now, this has been recognized by ACCM, who is faster up to Castle Age. But Hera's still well ahead in terms of resources. Yeah, both food and wood. Hera is ahead, but behind in gold. But he hasn't spent really a whole lot of gold on anything. The dock coming in. There are 3 fire galleys out versus 1 fire galley and 2 regular galleys. So the naval numbers are similar. Still, Castle Age is in first. It's going to be Jian swordsmaning time, but Hera's going to know that ahead of time because that's all we ever do. Careening is in. That doesn't matter versus fire ships, though. He needs War Galley, and Hera has more ships over here anyway. Armenian CA, that would be a weird one. Both players add 1 extra TC. Hera now getting War Galley. He's getting Bow Saw. His eco upgrades are looking quite good. But Hera's winning water here, which seems to be the main thing. I mean, the KD is super good for him. Yeah, he's just taking good fights, guys. Fortified churches here. It's better castle time than Imperial time. Big if true. Dolphin sounds. Eichmann coming in for ACCM. He is adding in a 3rd TC. Hera's got 11 fishing ships and counting, though. Getting another dock up on the side. May have trouble with sloppy. Have to be a bit careful there, but the fire ship numbers are still higher for Hera, although a lot of that's in the middle. Eberk with the 3 months. Thank you so much, Eberk. And then welcome back to the Wolfpack. Appreciate the support. Hera's 3rd TC is coming in. He's like 2,000 resources ahead. It just doesn't really matter, man. Like death, taxes, and Hera being ahead in resources. And taking efficient fights. Hera's gonna click up to Imp. No mini-map? I mean, that would just be hard. Isn't Alpha Channel just see-through? No UI? I mean, there is the no UI button, or the cheat code. Man, guys. Obnoxiously loud foxes. What's even the point of casting without obnoxiously loud foxes? Notification sounds? In theory it does, but it would turn off all notifications. And all sound effects. Cilician Fleet? Sure, why not? Oh, God. See, this might be the worst player matchup ever because Hera takes forever to actually close out a game, and ACCM takes forever to actually resign. This is like such a rough matchup, guys. Like, there is literally no actual way Hera loses this game. Wood. Yes, I gather wood from a fox. My God. But they're silent? Oh, no. It's always the silent fox that gets ya. Wait, why doesn't ACCM have Bracer? I mean, Hera can do basically whatever the heck he wants. He's ahead by 9,000 resources and has been taking extremely efficient fights. Ships? Well, I mean, it wasn't in range beforehand. Hera has 17 Drummonds, guys. What even is this? Like, really, Hera? Dude, just go champions and patrol across the map. But didn't he get ferreters? Didn't he get the almighty ferret? He did get the almighty ferrets. I think of Metal Gear Solid. All right, game number 1. In the books, Hera, despite making mistakes here and there, was, again, he never took bad fights, and his macro was better than ACCM's. And any other mistake you make is completely covered by that fact. Like, it makes up for any mistakes. Slow way down. Yeah, game 3, guys, it's gonna happen at 0.5 speed. All right, game number 2. Italians here for ACCM. Oh, wait, they're like right next to each other. So Italians here for ACCM. Hera in the blue is the Romans. Romans are kind of an odd pick for this map. They're not bad, because Romans are never really bad. But it is a bit odd. Galley armor matter? I mean, it does matter in a galley v galley fight. It doesn't matter in a fire galley v galley fight. We do see a lot of galley v galley fights. But remember that the galley armor only matters once fletching is in. So, galley v galley, if it's no fletching v no fletching, armor doesn't matter. Galley v galley, if the opponent has fletching, it does matter. If that makes sense. All right, double bit axe coming in here from ACCM. Hera's just going to go fast castle. I mean, I guess he can go FC siege push. I mean, the push distance is super short. Yes, it should matter a lot more after the patch. Exactly. Anyway, Hera's on his way up to Castle Age. He honestly didn't have the best eco balance ever. I think it's just Hera's nature to gather as much food as possible. But, I mean, unless I'm crazy, it should just be for a Siege Workshop all-in. With Scorpions and Mangonels. Gray. Is GRAY British English and GREY American English? Because I use GREY. Yeah, it's exactly what I thought. Double Siege Workshop here. No idea why Hera still has 10 vils on food. That seems a bit odd. Literally just your fishing ships. They should be broken. The thing is, Ketons themselves are otherwise very bad on water, so I don't think it matters. Okay, so assuming Rams plus Scorpions. This is like the higher risk, higher reward. What is it, little dog? Uh-huh. I'm working. Oh, Hera's even there to repair. It wasn't super pretty. I think the Mangonel plays a lot safer than the Ram play. Yeah, Coastal's not a good map. Honestly, I'm not the biggest fan of this map either. Maybe it's just because it's played so much. Oh hey, what do you know? The TC was destroyed. Hera made it work. What do you know? Word for raccoon, uh-huh. Chat, why is this game a game? There we go. Alright, guys. I guess Hera literally did win the series 3-0. Yeah, the rec is 33,000 kilobytes. Guys, a 33,000 kilobyte rec is hilariously large. Alright, guys, I'm sure this is going to be, you know. Get some coffee? No, we're doing the entire thing on ×8 speed. Especially since I know who wins. Alright, Spanish. Hera in the blue to the south. Lithuanians here for ACCM to the east. Is Hera going to try and go FC? It looks like he is. All you hear about is Lewis? Well, Lewis isn't in this tournament. Up. It's a scuffle. Both players losing a Vil. ACCM has 2 Vils stuck over here, though. It's still totally fine for Hera. Again, he's on his way to Castle Age, which is all that matters. Oh, it's wondering where the blacksmith and market were. Over here. Bit. Yeah, I guess that would make sense. Well, he's casting it on Hera's channel. I think Hera does a lot of promotion of Lewis, right? So I think that's probably where you get a lot of hearing about it. Alright, Hera's going for the Donkadonks. And Lewis is himself very much an up-and-coming player. Third TC here for ACCM. I mean, Hera seems like he should just be very far ahead. Both players have a relic, obviously super relevant for Lithuanians. Hera going triple stables now. The donking, yes, because we have another 2 days of this tournament. Honestly, Hera feels like he should just be way too far ahead. Right now, I'm not seeing how this game goes so long. I mean, Hera's going to be able to imp so much faster. Okay, I have no idea what you're doing there, Hera. Okay. Supremacy and sappers. Oh boy. I mean, Hera still doesn't have much of an army, but ACCM is still losing his over time. Or should be fine. Guys, even at times 8 speed, this is still a half hour of real life time. ACCM is finding his way up to the Imperial Age. Honestly, Hera looks like he's derping around a bit. Guys, Hera is just making Vils as his main unit. This isn't Hera going full tryhard. Oh my god. Honestly, that just makes this game even more annoying. Hera does not do this if he thinks he's gonna be in a close game. Like, I know the memes. Like, again, if Hera's really trying to win this game, he almost certainly wins it a long time ago. Research guilds? Oh, jeez. They both have it. Spanish don't have crop rotation, though. They both have 2 relics. Not sure why ACCM himself isn't going for the latest. I mean, it's not an early crop rotation. We're over an hour into the game. Yeah, almost a quarter of the way done, guys. Seriously, though, ACCM has 3 castles, and he's not under pressure. Why on earth isn't he going for the elite latest? All he needs to do is just... Yeah, 2 relics is fine. It beats anything Hera's doing. But again, Hera himself is just derping around, making villagers and trash units. ACCM got guild there, so Hera doesn't get guilds the entire game. Again, ACCM feels like he's throwing because he's not making a power unit. And there's crop rotation. No, 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 ACCM! You have terrible champions as Lithuanians. It's like 50 gold. Yeah, now ACCM feels like he's throwing. Like, again, I have no idea why on earth you just don't make Lei Chai. He's got 3 relics even. Like, all you need to do is get to, like, 60 Lei Chai, and then there's nothing else to do. But skirmishers can freaking beat Armenian champs, or not Armenian champs. They definitely don't do that. Lithuanian champs. Again, it feels like if either player was sort of at their peak performance, this game would already be over one way or the other. Again, if Hera just decided to actually make real units early on, this game would have ended in his favor, and if ACCM just goes for the latest at this point, he also wins this game. Hera is easily ahead, though, and resources destroyed, and ACCM is making everything except the exact correct unit for him to make. Either, which is what? Like, the map has a lot of gold on it. It's still, guys, we're over an hour and 20 minutes into this game, and the map still has 10,000 gold left on it. HCA? I mean, the latest is a lot better than the HCA here. I mean, ACCM got guilds, yeah. I mean, guys, HCA are... If all anyone else is making is trash units, then HCA are the best unit in the game, basically. It doesn't matter. Well, he's buying wood. I mean, it's like ACCM is throwing Hussars to kill villagers that Hera is immediately replacing, and is otherwise just using them to kill halves. Honestly, this is just kind of frustrating. Like, you might think on paper that such a long game would be super epic, but in all seriousness, both players have made, like, gigantic missteps this game. I mean, in Hera's case, I think that he might not have actually been trying as hard as he probably could have. And for ACCM, it's just his refusal to make the actual correct unit that just kills everything that his opponent makes. Again, Elite Lei Chai with 3 relics can just obliterate everything. Never took it down? Yep. I mean, it doesn't help that Lithuanians have bad siege at all. I mean, Hera's production's pretty bad right now. No, hand cannons aren't the correct unit. Guys, do you know how little Elite Lei Chai care about supremacy? Heavy Cav Archers, HCA. I do think ACCM is a top-tier late-game player, but I think Hera's just a better all-around player. To be fair, it is a 4-hit. Yeah, honestly, it's pretty rare. ACCM is, like, usually one of literally the best players at understanding his win condition. And he is just flubbing it entirely, honestly. HC into Scarabs? I would, man. Like, the insane thing is that Hera's barely spending any resources to do all this. He is so far ahead in resources destroyed that even though ACCM is way ahead in overall resources collection, here, let's pause it. Yeah, ACCM is ludicrously ahead in every resource collected, and he's just not making an efficient army. Like, again, this game should have been over many, many times over. Gold income. I mean, at this point, the Lei Chai are a bit late to switch into, but there was a good solid 30 in-game minutes. The food price? Sure. Oh, geez, that's an amazing food price. Yeah, if ACCM just looks at, sells some food. Elite Latus is 750 gold. No, I mean, it's not, like, cheap, but the Lei Chai themselves are only 50 gold, so very affordable. Like, early on in this game, Hera just looked like he was goofing around with Spanish supremacy. But now that we're in late game, I mean, Hera's just doing Hera things. Yeah, the Lei Chai just obliterate everything. Like, they 3-shot halves. Working? Not really. Gonna be a wood game? Well, Hera has no real good way of winning the game, and ACCM has not found his win condition at this point, so he's just straight up losing. Again, the resources destroyed are just almost comically in favor of Hera. These Hussars, there's just enough bombard tower coming in. Sure, why not? Hera just dies? Yeah, but if it wasn't supremacy, Hera wouldn't just be spamming villagers constantly. Again, if Hera is anything other than Spanish and is just not derping around with villagers, he just wins the game way beforehand. Well, ACCM didn't have much stone. Supremacy? I mean, again, Hera loses this game if ACCM actually makes a power unit. I mean, Hera's still basically only taking efficient fights as well. Yeah, skirms are getting a lot of value. Dad! No! No! The fact that this game isn't even half over is mind-boggling. Massacre, yeah. Like, this is just sad, man. Is it a throw? I mean, this is just ACCM completely flubbing his win condition multiple times over. I don't even think we can consider not recognizing your win condition as a throw. I mean, it's tough, right? It's always tough in a game, especially against Hera and when things are getting wild. But like, there comes a point, and that point was long ago, by the way, guys. Hera now is actually in complete control of this game. But between, like, around 50 minutes and an hour and 40 minutes, all ACCM needs to do is just get to, like, 45 Elite Lechai, and then he wins the game. And Hera has absolutely no way of pushing him because ACCM has, like, 7 castles, and Hera's stuck at home. Well, again, Hera's kind of throwing a little bit because he's just not making more villagers. I mean, ACCM's losing his castles, though. It just opens him up to being raided. Oh yeah, Hera did Relic Heist. I actually don't think ACCM's actually really truly coming back here. Yes, ACCM has a pop lead, that's all fine and dandy, but he's lost castles and he opens himself up to more raiding. And ACCM's own raids have just not been efficient enough. Like, it looks like ACCM is winning, but he's actually not, because he's not actually able to get anywhere in this game. He's still not taking efficient fights at all. The 2 TCs here is really nice, by the way. I mean, how many TCs is that Hera on? He can replace Lost Bills. Remember, guys, a Hussar is 80 food, and a Villager is 50 food. Bombard towers are getting insane value. I mean, this is the good thing that ACCM's doing, right? He's slowly and methodically taking down the Bombard towers, but at this point, he's already so far behind. Again, it looks like it's insane for ACCM, but the score does tell the story here. Hera's fights are so much better, it's, like, comical. that ACCM wins this. I actually don't think ACCM wins this. I mean, even if I knew the result, I don't think ACCM wins this just because he hasn't recognized his win condition at this point when he had a huge lead. So his chances of recognizing his win condition and able to execute it against Hera at this point is even less. Because Hera still, at no point has ACCM actually been taking efficient fights in Imperial Age. And the Hussar raids are not actually being efficient at all. You're probably getting a one villager trade for one Hussar, and that's actually good for Hera. As long as Hera can replenish his lost bills, which he is. A little bit stronger. Not massively stronger. You get 1 more melee armor and 5 more HP, which is good. Again, Lithuanians do have the Hussar advantage, but their halbs are a lot worse in combat because you miss both of the final blacksmith upgrades, although they are faster. And then Lithuanian skirms are better than Spanish skirms. Yeah, and you also have the bonus versus gun pattern, that's true. And again, ACCM has like a gajillion units queued up, but at no point is ACCM going to start taking efficient fights if he hasn't found a way to take efficient fights already. Again, the score is not a lie. Yep. Bombard towers do count as gunpowder. Condos also get bonus damage versus bombard towers. In the game? I don't know. I think the bombard towers have gotten an enormous amount of value. They themselves are not exclusively responsible for winning the game. Also, a few champions being mixed in is enormous. Yeah, even just having a few here is huge. Oh, I mean, if you're ACCM, you don't resign at this point because you're max pop and have a gigantic queue and still nominally-ish have more map control. If anything, it's kind of weird Hera's pushing this side when he knows that there isn't any wood here, unless he's just trying to get that last relic, which is a possibility. Can you garrison them? I think so. I think the bleed damage stops once you garrison. Yeah, look at this. Hera's plus 800 in the KD. I know ACCM is super far ahead in resources, but he's lost so many resources that it's still way better for Hera. Again, there's a reason that ACCM's military score is worse than Hera's... it's less important than Hera's... You know what I mean. The economy advantage for ACCM is much less than the military advantage for Hera. Oh, boy. No, the bombard towers, I think, are absolutely paying for themselves. We got hundreds of kills so far. Well, when you've been live for 7.5 hours for, like, you know, the 3rd day in a row. Or 6.5 hours, rather. Yeah, truck goes down. Doesn't matter. What is this game? A very sad game is what it is. Enjoying every single second? No, actually. Oh, we got the one Spanish archer with 7 kills, actually. That's wild. And if you're casting it live, you're always asking, oh, does ACCM think he has a way to turn it around? But I think that it gets to a point when you realize that, okay, ACCM just doesn't know how to get a win condition versus Hera here. Which, again, is not easy to do. Want to triple underscore that. But the only real value ACCM is getting is sniping the bombard towers, which is real value for sure, but the actual exchange of food and wood is so in favor of Hera. Result, yeah, that's true. We're down. No, Hera was no way taking this game as seriously as he could. In all honesty, this was the first game that felt like a player wasn't going all out. Going for instant supremacy and sappers is not something you do if you in a, you know, tournament game. Not in that situation. And this is somebody who loves fun, goofy strategies. It's just not. Fastest time? I mean, those were just one-sided games. I don't think that... I think both players were very much trying. I think that the game just happened to be one-sided. I mean, yeah, again, Hera did not win the game in early Imp when he absolutely had the chance to do so. And then he didn't. But then ACCM just completely opened it up by not going for the Elite Latest when he had the chance. But Hera's just burning so much less wood anyway. Was good enough to work. If it's Game 7 in the Grand Finals, or even if this series might even be at 2-2, I think Hera doesn't do this. Fun time? I don't know how relaxed Hera would be here. But Hera is much younger than ACCM, right? So, in theory, the endurance battle goes to him. I guess Hera brought the relics back to a safer monastery. Yeah, they're right over here. And the thing is, Hera's doing all of this with only having one castle and having no map control. No, I did not think that. I don't think Hera would be relaxed. Again, I don't think there is a world in which he truly, in his heart of hearts, believes that going fast supremacy and sappers is literally the play that's most likely to win him the game. But I think that once, you know, he's kind of on the ropes because it didn't work out, then Hera is absolutely just trying as best he can. But yeah, I mean, Hera's got 4 relics. He can make a switch into Cav Archers whenever he feels like it. Okay, there's guilds here for Hera. Obviously, laughably later. I don't think he thought wouldn't work. I think he thought it would work because he was up against ACCM and because he thought he was in a very advantageous position. Again, I don't think he does that against Leary in Game 5. This live? No. This was from like 3 a.m. my time. Yeah, I've never seen a military score difference this significant before, honestly. Onager? To start onagering the woodlines? Oh boy. And find out? I mean, I think Hera was like, oh yeah, I have a lot of bills, I'm Spanish, maybe this will work. Like, is this play a throw? I don't know. If you're anyone other than Hera, I would say that your APM is probably better spent elsewhere. But as Hera, yeah, you could probably just justify doing that. Tree cutting play? Again, like, is it bad? Nah, I don't think so, but... eh. How much wood is left? 81,000. But basically, as much as a game of old islands. Alright, got an hour left. But yeah, again, ACCM in theory had a huge lead from around minute 50 to around an hour 40. After an hour 40, this game has been all Hera. Like, and even then, during that time frame, it was more like ACCM could have won, but he didn't really recognize it. So in the game that was actually being played out, Hera had an advantage, enormous advantage, basically from, you know, the 30... basically around the 30-minute mark, yeah. My goodness. Like I said, I don't think I've ever seen in a pro tournament game a military score this lopsided. 24,000 more military score. So that's what, 240,000? No, 2,400,000 more resources destroyed? Wait, no, that's not. Yeah, that can't be that. 240,000. Otherwise, res collect doesn't make sense. It's a big number. It's a very big number. Moral of the story. Yeah, but if it's like 240,000 more resources destroyed and there's a 100,000 resources difference, then the math absolutely adds up, right? As Hera with a huge lead. Wait, why isn't Hera spending resources? Now he's spending resources? I mean, these are two civs that can be very grindy, for sure. I mean, if it was a civ that had worse crash than Lithuanians, the game would absolutely have been over ages ago. Yeah, I'm not even sure how this game has another hour in it. Because ACCM is going to be running out of wood very shortly, right? Because he's got a little bit more in the middle. Because Hera still has tons of wood left to collect because he's been, again, almost laughably more efficient. Yeah, no, that was Tato or Yo versus Hera that only lasted as long because Camelot is a silly place and the Laches is a silly unit. I mean, the population is looking good for ACCM, but I think the issue for him is that he doesn't have as many resources to spend. And he's not killing anything that Hera can't easily replace. HCA? Could he have started that earlier? Maybe. Maybe. Trevor's going after the bombard tower there. Again, Hera still has more vills. Now ACCM's queuing up more vills. The thing is, Hera can't afford an HCA switch right now. Yeah, I mean, look at all this wood Hera has left that he can easily take. It's way more difficult to do this if you're ACCM. ACCM did do a good job taking the wood in the middle, I guess, but... 500 more bills? Yeah, but he's lost way more in resources, because like I said, I almost guarantee you that ACCM has lost 500 more Hussars than he has killed villagers. Or he's lost 500 Hussars in the effort of killing 500 vills. I do think that switching into HCA is tricky for Hera. But without any siege potential of ACCM, or at least minimal siege potential, you can probably just buy time. Until the Vill is replaced. Oh, yep, there he is. Nope, still not HCA yet. Again, Hera has so many more resources to play with. Whenever he feels like switching into HCA, he will win the game. There just isn't any way for ACCM to kill that. I mean, I guess Hera doesn't have, like, all the wood in the world to use. Okay, there you go. I think Hera himself might have been getting worried that his own wood count would be running low. Also, you already had all of the other upgrades, so you just needed to get Heavy Cav Archer. Yeah, forcing ACCM to make more wood-intensive units, as in skirmishers, is certainly not a bad idea either. Spanish don't have Parthian tactics. It is really hard to tell, honestly, as both players, because, again, I've never seen a resources destroyed in a 1v1 tournament game that is so lopsided. Yeah, both Civ technically have the same exact full upgrades on, or same exact upgrades on Cav Archers, everything except Parthian tactics. Anyways, ACCM, nice, Ace is not out of wood yet. There's still got a little bit more wood over there. He's got wood here he can collect. 23,000 left. Again, crop rotation is big, for sure. But yeah, at this point, if Hera spends only wood on cav archers and then food on hussars, that is going to help him out a lot. So that, I mean, if you can get to the cav archers, then you can stop making halbs and skirms. And that's going to be even better. I mean, it's a good way to finish the game, for sure. But you're only able to do this because you have the relics, right? Yeah, I mean, now you're going to get to a big blob of cav archers that just literally can't be killed. Oh, another bombard tower there. No, it's just one of the many 4-hour games we've seen, Bannister. Oh yeah, Hera still has wood to collect there in the corner. Unstranded? Oh, that's true. That wasn't in a tournament though, Matza. Oh, no, I'm just kidding. And honestly, it's wild that both of these players have the endurance to play, you know, even close to their potential here. YouTube video, yeah. But I mean, I'm talking like actual major tournament game. This has to be the longest by far, at least that I've seen. I've seen a 2.5-hour tournament game. I think that was maybe the longest for like a 1v1 major tournament. Yeah, now you got champions and cav archers still. I mean, Hera's so much more easily able to replenish his lost population. Yeah, now ACCM is really running out of resources. It's crazy that ACCM is going to lose this game with 4 castles still. Even sniping the market. Actually, sniping the market might even just be the GG impetus itself. Yeah, it is. Oh my goodness. What a game. 2.5 hours? Yeah, that's the game I was thinking of. It's frustrating because, one, Hera was kind of derping around when he absolutely could have just crushed ACCM with an Imperial Age timing if he had just gone for actual units. I mean, it would have been around a half-hour real time. I think that ACCM, again, had at least like 40 to 50 in-game minutes where all he needed to do was just make the Elite Latus and it would just kill everything. Because Hera just doesn't ever have anything that is efficient against the Latus. But yeah, I mean, it's just Hera taking efficient fight after efficient fight for hours. Yes. What, do you think there's any way that I wasn't spoiled in any way that this game was absurdly long? Alright, so Hera does get the 3-0 win. Let's check the matches for tomorrow and see the standings. Wait a minute. Oh. But they're only... So I guess based off of how the group stage is working out... I mean, I thought that I mean, Hera and Yo are through for sure. That makes plenty of sense. I didn't think that Nikov and Andy would both be eliminated as well. I guess because Nikov is just playing freaking Andy. I guess because they play each other, then neither of them is going to get enough Buchholz. Not normally, but that game was rough for sure. Well, that's kind of lame. So Yo and Hera should play each other. Whoever wins that one is going to get first place. The other one is, I think, going to get second place. And then Leary ACCM. And Sebastian Viper. Yeah, only the final 3 sets matter at all. So I probably won't cast the first 2 sets because, again, they're not worth anything. I mean, there's going to be a slight difference, I think, in prize pool distribution, but... yeah, I'm not terribly interested in the lack of stakes for Heart VV Nikov Andy. All of the other games have stakes, though. Well, I guess, I mean, it doesn't... Hera Yo also has very low stakes. In theory, the 3rd seed is better than the 4th seed, but at this point, it probably doesn't matter. Leary and Viper should play, and ACCM Sebastian should play. How would that... And Seb are above Viper? Yeah, wait a minute. Why is this the matchup? Shouldn't it? Yeah, it should be Leary versus Viper and ACCM versus Sebastian, unless they've played already. I don't think they did. Yeah, ACCM played Vivi and Viper and Hera. Yeah, why is this the case, guys? Holy cow. Hold up. Huh? Is there information on this? Let's check the Discord server. It just says, yeah, the order of matches for day 4. Yeah, I'm really confused by this, guys. I'm sorry. And presumed. I mean, easily. I am inclined to believe that, you know, there's nothing sinister here trying to rig things. So the finals are Hera, Yo, Leary, Viper. But yeah, I'm too tired and not smart enough to understand this. Anyway, guys, that's gonna be it for me today. I'll be back tomorrow morning, same time, and we'll catch up on everything that we need to. So thanks so much, everyone who's been watching. Really, really appreciate it. Bye-bye.